Hello, creeps. Hello, hello. We're counting correctly. Everyone's being lovely and friendly and streaking. What a great day to be me. What a great day to be Moth. Hi, everyone. I hope your week went well. You made it to Friday. Congratulations. You possibly didn't kill anyone, or you did. I don't judge. Hi. You killed Vapor? Fucking finally. I've been waiting for somebody to do that shit. I'm really pushing how many times a VTuber can forget to open up Warudo before starting stream. I'm really working on getting those numbers up. I'm excited to play Cyberpunk. I feel like it's been a while. I don't remember why we skipped the last couple Fridays, but I know we did. I always forget to open. Yep. Every time. It's, you know, I'm very lucky that I have a just starting screen so that I can be like, oh god. Actually, you reminded me because you redeemed throw bug and I was like, where's the sound? Where's the sound? Where's the bug? Oh, I'm a fool. Speaking of being a fool, I'm a little uncalibrated. There we are. Something is different. I did a whole new model. My eyes are different and creepy. Ooh. I got the neck patterns and stuff that are now part of the canon. Have you seen the new Dennett? Have you seen my new ref sheet? I also did the full mullet and the ear tails. Very cute, very fun. I redid my antennae to look more accurate. No, I haven't. Well, on the Discord it's uncensored, but on here we still have it. Are you ready? New official Moth art. This is what I look like, and it's how I've always looked, actually. If I could just retcon that. But yeah, the ref sheet done by the incredible Small Gray Cat. And it is fucking amazing. I got like weird claw hooves. I've got the drone, no, not drone, lackey moth antennae. Even though I still have the Cecropia moth pattern, don't even fucking worry about it. The entomologists are gonna riot, but everything else is, you know, fine. And yeah, I have the proper patterns on like my chest and my legs, the red and the white. And here, I actually have, Rue immediately took this new model and made me a very down bad outfit. But the nice thing about it is it shows off my bits. it shows off the pattern a little better. Right? The leg pattern. The leg pattern. And I can't lean down too much. We'll go ahead and change that back. Yes, I changed the profile picture to match it too. Is that a maid outfit? Rue is of singular taste, and that's all I feel the need to say on that matter. It doesn't even count as a maid outfit anymore. It feels unsanitary to be cleaning in a bikini and a miniskirt. You know? Like, sure, it has some of the patterns, but, like, I don't know that it counts anymore. I'm not sure. Also, hi, Rowan. It's a spicy one. She's a spicy lass. She's a spicy lass who enjoys inflicting it upon me, and you know what? I'm not gonna complain. I am, fervently, but, you know. Moth, a bit spicy? Who could have expected? Who could have expected? Hi, Cupid. Hi, Cryptic. Hi, Teacup. Hello, many named one. How is your Friday going? I hear. She here. Spicy? Never. Never. There's no alternative account. There's no art. There's no nothing. Car broke. You need that. Bitch, you need that. Fucking woof. Fucking mine's on its way out. I'm very sure that the brake pads are down to slivers. And there's like a huge crack in the windshield and the doors don't lock, but you know, it drives still. It moves still. Cruisers. Going to the shop tomorrow, but she's on her way out. I mean, it's an old car. She will be missed. Seven cannons for a car that is almost old enough to drink. I'm drinking lots of caffeine so we can get the heart attack going nice and early. Also, what does everyone think? Speaking of new stuff, new model is gorgeous and all. New ref sheet is gorgeous. How does everyone like the new background image? I actually really like it. I can't believe I didn't find it earlier. This is kind of fucking perfect. This is the vibe I've been searching for. Though it does look like someone was murdered on the drawer down there, but you know, that's fine. That adds flavor. You need a ghost in your apartment. It adds culture. Even if you gotta put that ghost in there yourself with a little murder. What's a little murder? Garbage home. Fantastic ambiance. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No, you're too kind. Gorgeous to gorgeous squared? Den all blush. Also, I'm no longer ghost white, which it's probably for the best. I fought hard to remain ghost white. But Small Gray Cat, she's like, hey, which of us knows color theory? I'm like, you. She's like, you look bad. I'm like, okay. and I do like, actually. I don't know. I do like it a lot. Love you, Queens of the Stone Age. Why am I in your kitchen? I didn't even notice that. Because I'm waiting for you to cook me something, dog sweaters. What the heck? You invite me over to your home? You bring me into the kitchen? Well, you expected me to make food? Typical. Typical. Go make me a sandwich type shit. I can't believe you, dog sweaters. In 2026, no less. I am gonna boot up Cyberpunk in the background. I could cook, right? I can make ramen. I can make ramen taste slightly better. I can follow a recipe, but I will check it 1,000 times, no matter how many times I've read it in the past. Ramen is food. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Sexist! I said pretzel me, not make me a pretzel. Lost in translation. I see. Okay. Well, unfortunately, now we're on the wrong Twitch for that kind of behavior, so you'll have to wait even longer. You can put it through our complaints department, but we'll see if they're awake. I think our complaints department is currently playing Elden Ring. Actually, I had ramen today, and I keep going. I go to the Asian food market, and they have like a lot of hot pot stuff, and you just buy some of that. And then when you make ramen, you like put like a paper towel over your bowl, and you can add in some bok choy. You can add in some rolled up meat, some beef, some lamb, some whatever, and it is good shit. Buy some like fucking pickled ginger, put that shit in there. An egg if you're feeling presumptuous. I actually gotta buy eggs. Recently I went to my my sister's, I'm trying to remember their Twitch username. Grass Toucher. The Twig. They cooked me an egg, and I was like, fuck, I need eggs in my home again. I need them. Whoa! Dennet called herself an egg and asked for a ban! Dennet, you're a mod! Dennet, you're a mod, I'll have to remod you after. You know what? But I'm a creep of my word. Oh, I literally can't. I literally can't. Wait. I can do it. Any last words? Nah. Okay. Strange last words. Twitch needs to start fucking notifying me, I swear. Scrunko, no need to apologize. It will be marked against you. Ah! And we counted normally. First, second, and then third. The creeps know how to count. Guys, I'm so proud of you. The Power of Friendship. This is my favorite Flexidecibel song. I wish the lyrics were on Spotify so I could sing it easier. Cause I'm bad at things. At least if I can read them, I'll start to learn them, you know? That's all I can hope for. I'm one of those bitches that need subtitles for fucking everything. Dennet jailed. Dennet imprisoned. Okay, you should be modded? Sick. Dennet in the Panopticon. Let me out. The only time I've heard the word Panopticon is fucking Magnus Archives. Speaking of, I've been listening to the sequel. Well, first off, was anyone into the Magnus Archives? Any other Magnus Archives listeners here? I really loved that podcast. It's a horror podcast. Ultra Kill reference from Scrunko. The crowd oohs and ahs in shock. Devilish grin. Vision. It actually doesn't exist. Is Flexidecibel not as beloved as they should be? I can't even find the lyrics on Google. He screamed in shock, my best friend is a vampire downtown Mystico. No, they don't exist. They're nowhere. No one's got their lyrics anywhere. What the fuck? What the fuck? Moth's Basement Jail, very comfy, I must say. Hey, I do my best. We call it a murder room, but we do our best to, like, make sure it's not flooded and shit. Wait, you didn't put on the padded handcuffs, did you? Those were probably not clean. You know what? It was probably fine. Where do you put your mods? On a pedestal. On a beloved pedestal. Certainly not back in the closet where I found them. I do gotta play Ultra Kill. I know, it's very beloved. Can you let me into the basement? Oh, baby girl. I feel like you want the intended purpose of them as well. It's the murder room because that's where the murder of crows hangs out. There's crows down there? Actually, there used to be a cat down there that was a collector of corpses. We opened the door one time to the murder room and there was a pile, and I mean fucking pile of 5 to 8 hamster heads, like vole, I don't know, outdoor critter heads in a pile. The body's nowhere to be seen, just the heads. very concerning. Basement, basement, basement. Okay, okay, you don't gotta tell me. Stop throwing pennies in my head. I'll let you in the basement. Thank you for the bits. I'm in the closet. Shall I out myself then? Dennett, I've met your wife. I mean, you can out yourself again if you want. I just feel like there's diminishing returns to how many times you out yourself. Does Ultra Kill even count as horror? Really? I mean, I guess it has some spooky visuals. Also, I'm learning things about you, Druid. I'm learning things. Horror collab with Druid? When? Except for level 0-S. You heard her. I can talk about women all day. Oh. We got a very fine one here on stream. I knew it was coming. I knew it was coming, and she's taking a bite out of me. Hot. I mean, cute. I mean, aw. I love women and some guys, and I've always said that. I'm a weenie with horror. Same, baby girl. I like mean women most. That's why you're here. I see. Druid, stop trying to make out with Dennett. I'll get jealous. I'm trying to be smooth and she says, "Oh, I said hot first." Yet a girl can't be flustered. A girl can't know what to say in front of a beautiful wasp. I'm not usually mean. I know, it's in my brand, but I can't bring myself to do it. I'm here because you're entertaining. I'll kiss you. And then where will we be? Don't care what the neighbors say. I'll be a graveyard boyfriend till my dying day. Graveyard girlfriend. I'm a graveyard girlfriend. Alright. We're gonna have a three-way kiss. It's okay. Sounds impractical, but exciting. I'm in. Want to play the dating sim I sent as a collab? Yes. Wait, yes. We could voice them. We could practice our voice acting. Deal. Spitting in my hand and shaking on it. This is not a kink thing, I swear. Wink. It's doable. I've done it before. It's very interesting, to be fair. Well, you're not gonna give me more than that. You're not gonna, like, I feel like you gotta hold on for leverage if you're gonna do a three-way kiss. I don't know. I feel like I'd get lost in the sauce and accidentally be kissing one person more than the other. Two people at once is possible? If anyone would know, it's Druid. Nose placement do be important. Okay. We're taking notes. We're hey, so the hydrate redeem. Guys, it hydrates me. Look at that water bottle. It's coming for me. It's coming. It's ejaculating. It hit me. I think it needs to be a little bigger. It kind of got pretty small by the time it hit my head. Let's fix that really quick. Oh, okay, I'll drink again. We're structuring the polycule in here? Exactly correct. Okay, I'll hydrate. You guys are just excited that there's a thing. You guys don't actually care about how wet I am on the inside. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can't get the water bottle to have collision. I don't know why. It was supposed to hit my face and stick. And that would be funny, but it doesn't. So now it just kind of ghosts through me. Okay, let's see. Scale. It's currently at 0.64. Let's put it at 0.84. Captain! While you're breakdancing and so excited, I want to let you know we counted properly to 3 today. Aren't you proud? Aren't you happy? Do you know mods are in the closet? I mean, only for as long as they want to be. Only until I walk back in there. It's not for the reason, it's just because it's convenient. I would put you in the basement, but I don't want to be accused of burying my gays. Perchance. Perchancebly. Perchausably. I steal those from QAnon. They crack me up. Please bury me, I'm gay. I'll bury you in love. And nothing else. I don't want the smoke on Twitter. She hasn't found us yet, and I want to fucking keep it that way. What the fuck, guys? I want to join the closet polycule. Guys, come on. Oh man. I know the password. Fuck, it's not password, is it? That's all I have, guys. That's all I have. Well, I'm just gonna save the scene really quick. And hopefully the water bottle is a reasonable size this time. I'm gonna check it. It's still really small by the time it gets to me. It's still really small. I really wish it stuck to me too. That would be so funny. Oh well. Oh well. Let's try just like 1 rather than point anything. Let's just do scale 1. Bunny! What the fuck? Okay, I just gotta make sure I'm sitting up straight first. I still haven't put it to a shortcut, so I have to get in there. Love her. Closet Kuel, living room Kuel. I don't care what kind of Kuel it is, so long as I get to hug Druid. That's so cute. What the fuck? Oh god, we do have factions. Hey, you know, sometimes multi-Kuel is the way to go. Sometimes not everyone fucks with everyone else in the Kuel, and that's okay. And that's okay, and that's supported. You can't fuck with everybody. And also pinch Moth on the ass. Yes! Cute Kuel is best Kuel. Hey, if it's in the creeps, it's always gonna be a cute. Can I take that again? Drag me down to the depths below. Yeah, I missed, guys. I'm straight. Trust. We're gonna find out in the bug dating sim. We're gonna fucking find out in the bug dating sim. Something about a sad polycule? Well, I mean, if it has me in it. Oh yeah, that's right. It's when one member of the polycule is sad, we all sad. I like Kuel solidarity that happens amongst the creeps. It's good. It's good content. Guys, I'm gonna turn on the light to my room really quick just to make sure my tracking remains as crisp as it can be. Though, I do have some exciting news for everybody. Because of your guys' generosity directly from the birthday stream, I finally got around to hiring someone to give myself actual facial tracking. So I will look a lot more expressive, and that is because of you guys. And I want to thank you so much, because I think expressiveness is a huge part of VTubing. I have been jealous and yearning, and now I'm gonna have it, and we're all gonna enjoy it. It's gonna be a great time. Sorry, I'm trying to calibrate the shit right. I really gotta... Sorry, there's actually a few things on the There's a way to increase chat size. So I've been embarrassed to say it, but like, truly, the chat text is a little small sometimes. And I don't know if I need reading glasses. I just know I'm done with it. Does that affect the thing on OBS? No, it doesn't. Maybe it did. I don't know. Berber. Oh, I almost got a Berber before stream, but then I didn't. I'm a fool. I have been milking Burger King's points system because they give you double points on your birthday month, so I was going there a lot. And now I can get like 5 free meals just anytime I want. Okay. No, it doesn't help, Emery. No, it doesn't. Hold on. I have to lean forward, and I know I'm flashing you guys when I do so, because I have to find the fucking... How long is it? 5 minutes without my glasses? Hold on. 3 minutes. Okay. Stop looking. Stop looking with such intensity. Quit that. You wouldn't be the first mod I banned this stream, Captain. You wouldn't be the first. What can we do to engorge chat? I didn't know we were into that. I mean, I'm not gonna judge the Inflation King people. Ah! Hey! I see what you're doing. I see what your ass is doing. I got you on satellite playing Minecraft. Anyone think it's called sand? Because it's in between the sea and the land? I can't see what you guys are saying. Should I switch to the game? But then I'd just be playing it bad. I'm just sitting here not knowing what you guys are saying. This is a crazy redeem. Sorry. I'm trying to squint without leaning forward and read. No bug kill? Now I'll take a sand with... I don't know what the fuck you guys are saying. Guys, I was at Barnes & Noble and I was too scared to put on the reading glasses because what if they helped? What if I'm one of those bitches who needs bifocals at the ripe age of 27? I might end it all. I'm not. Really love girls who are boys who like boys who do girls like the boys like the girls who do girls like the boys. Always be someone you really love. You know what? You guys can't fucking be trusted. I gotta get up and close with you guys. You guys can't fucking be trusted, so I can lean forward and see what the fuck you guys are saying. I gotta know. I'll make sandwich. Reminds me of Moth writing, listening to Caps karaoke. Huh? I like singing, and I am cowardly enough or self-contained enough to not look at the VOD, because the VOD isn't gonna have the background music. Oh, okay. Unnecessary. So, who the fuck did that shit? I'm coming for you. I'm fucking coming for you. Ah, you bastard. Extremely unnecessary. Ah, it's over. I can put on my glasses. Ah, almost dropped them anyway. It's really like pastime for new glasses. But these ones work so well for streaming that I can't fucking get rid of them. because they're rimless, so it actually captures my blinking a lot better. But right now it's captured. I had all that time that I could have been spending cleaning my glasses, and I choose when I could have them back on to do so. Why not be blind for a little longer? Why not? For free? Quit shrimping! I'm untramped. I'm stiff. I'm erect in my spine. Close up looks like Giant from Attack on Titan. Ah. And I'll eat you up because I love you so. Any Where the Wild Things Are At lovers in chat? That was when I was a kid, I really liked that book. And that's canon. That's canon because I broke into the human world to read your books in libraries. I loved doing that shit. Big book lover here. Anyone says, oh, she knows how to read, and I ban you for 20,000 years. It's a good book. It's a great book. Though the movie did traumatize the shit out of teenage Pleasant. I'll let you know. And I was there with a friend and his parent, and I sobbed. I couldn't handle. She slowly backspaces. Yeah. Fuck, my snipers will ensure that my reading comprehension is not insulted. Many things can be insulted, but a few. Good God. Oh my God, I'm losing creeps faster than I can. No, guys, you gotta stop making the joke. You gotta stop. Emery, you're edging a ban. You're... Oh my God, she's red? What are you guys, Helta? What, you guys can't see color? Thank you. I'll be here all the week. +2s for that one. Thank you. She knows how to breed? They say it's impossible. I just say they're not trying hard enough. Edging, huh? Settle down. She still hasn't checked redeems? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shrimp? Okay. You pervert. You fucking harlot. You... Ah! Every time I accidentally panty shot myself, I just want to kill Rue. I just feel the rage seek through me. It's like I should find Rue and strangle her. That's what I should spend my time doing. I'll just refund it back to myself? Oh, did I miss something else? Oh. Did you refund it, Captain? Let me know. If you say no, I'll start the timer from there. You did? Okay, then I'm not gonna do it. So when are we getting reverse bunny soon? So my first Blue Twitch stream will be... I do actually finally have an idea for that. So anyone who's down atrocious can be excited for that. To the sun below and lay it all so low. Waltzing with Paulina, now that the world's asleep. Cryptic, you cover your ears. I support you, and I love you, and I appreciate you. Say my lane song under the shade, the sun. I support you from a distance. Sky, why, Sasha Bitske, Kura! I would also like to say I almost broke the channel point economy again accidentally. I did that shit, but we're building up again. We're building up, so next year we will have a challenge, a donation challenge on my next affiliate anniversary, and if we reach it, all of the points of the previous year get redeemed. I don't complete any until then. Or, no. Actually, no. That's not how we were going to do it. It was going to be even more of a scam. We're going to make a bit, or like a donation goal, and if we reach that donation goal, we flip a coin. And on one side of the coin, we complete it all and everyone loses their points forever. Or we reject it all and everyone gets their points back from the whole fucking year. Yeah. And I have to say, I ruined it this year because I accidentally fucked it. It happens. But next year. Fuck, it's 2 a.m. Dennett, go to sleep. I love you dearly. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate seeing you. Let people know when you're streaming next. Dennett, we've traded places. I have heard about that. But hi, Dennett. Bye, Dennett. Yeah, absolutely everyone should be following Dennett. They're a fucking gem. And if you ever find yourself awake at like 1 a.m. EST or CST, then you can catch them and it's a great fucking time. And their art, I'm actively drooling. Do you know they've drawn me? It's in the server, if anyone's not in the server. There's some Dennett art of me, and it's fucking gorgeous. It is in the server, right? Is it? It actually might be in Vapor server, now I think about it. I gotta get my hands on that shit. Dennett, I gotta get my hands on that shit. Next stream is a date with Moth? Deal. Sold. Deal the devil. Signed in blood. JK, too late. It's only gorgeous because it's Moth. I'm gonna kiss you. And then where will we be? Completely distracted from the stream activity, that's where. Weird ragtime music. Always joyous. Here, kitty, there's too much demon blood in these self-appointed angels. Acting like you're comatose, speaking like a country rose, or a preacher's pet in drag. Banging on a kettle drum won't make you notice me, though you're bored beyond belief. Sucking on an old man's thumb, man, it makes me feel so numb. Gonna teach you how to make it feel good. Yeah. Need to get ready for a thing, but I'm gonna be in your walls. Enjoy the walls. Enjoy the insulation. It's there for everybody. Everyone got way hornier since the last time I was here. It's true. It is funny. Each time we talk about it, Cryptic, you're just like, yeah, I love hanging out at your streams. But every time I show up, I'm like, God, this is a den of filth. And it's like, yeah, it's gonna continue to be. Breaking. I'd like to think I'm partially responsible for that. Oh, take that first place award and hold it high, Druid, because you are absolutely partially responsible. The horny will continue until morale improves. You and sister watching anime and yelling at me to cover my ears. Oh God, what anime? Oh God. Netflix did not always have the best to offer. You know what? Actually, I don't want to know. Your phrase dropped after you got hit by a bug, and we got a full 2 seconds to stare directly under your skirt. Hey, Daddy Twitch, you're not paying attention to me, right? I'm still too small. We're still chill. We're still cool. You're still looking the other way. If I pass you a little something under the table, give you a maple syrup hand job. Has anyone seen those memes? Or am I just talking complete fucking crazy? No, 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 that's a reference. That's a reference. I swear that didn't come out of my brain. I swear, I promise. No, guys, I promise. I'm less freaky than that. I didn't make that up. I swear. I swear that was Twitter. It might have been a foot job, actually, originally. The old Denny special? Nobody fucks with me. No. KK? Prison? Order another VIP. One of those needs to happen. What Twitter are you on, ho? Did you just call me a ho? Perish. Get fucking God. You bitch. Oh, this bastard. This absolute bastard. Girl with skin like an IHOP table? I don't even know what to respond with sometimes. Where's the lie? Achoo! These bastards. Twitch yelled at me for calling me a hoe? Hysterical. I love when it tells me, are you sure you want to post this? Are you sure? This reads kind of mean. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Hey, spicy like pepper, 1-2 stepper, fade back, motivated money go getter, never felt better, write me love letters, shooting out the spike chain, make a death tether. So, what a wonderful time with you guys. I booted up the game already. It's been booted up. You guys have just been distractingly down bad. So let's switch to that. Oh, I lied. It's actually the red launcher. I've just been staring at it like an idiot. Okay, I lied. Steph the stream checks in with me on the most. Hysterical. Fucking hysterical. And honestly, I've never been prouder. Who's got the high ground now, Obi-Wan? Roran, I just want you to know, everywhere I see you, and I be seeing you places, I see what you repost on TikTok. Every time I interact with you, I think better of you. You become more and more based and funny in my mind. And it's fucked up. Because that's supposed to be me. Okay. Why couldn't it be me? Are you sure you want to tell Moth about all the liquid you want to put in that place? God, fucking, did I stutter, Mr. Twitch? Did I fucking stutter? Okay. We're gonna pause it because I have two sounds going in my head and it's making me crazy. And we're gonna switch to gaming. Boo. Is it too loud? It's super loud for me, but that's, I can turn that shit down. No, honestly, it's like, I don't even remember the first time we interacted, but I definitely am better for it. I fucking, from day one, you've been fucking great. You've been a great person to know, and the more I get to know you, the more impressed I get. It could be louder on your guys' end. You fucking got it. I can fix that. There you are. And let's go. Probably a Ray raid? Probably.
Hey, everyone.
Probably.
Welcome to Info Flash. Say, did y'all lose power yesterday too? Yeah, when the lights went out, there I was cooking dinner. Oh, well, if we're getting specific, I was nuking a half-eaten burrito I found wedged in my couch cushions.
Damn, Ruth, you're just like me for real.
I shouldn't have. After all, I heard microwaves zap out all the nutrients. But hey, it kills the cockroaches too, so, you know, you win some, you lose some.
Gross.
Anyway, what was I? Right, the power outage. Apparently some plant out in Santos short-circuited. Heard the EMPs were knocking AVs out of the sky. The NCPD says the blackout led to 120 mil in damages, all in all. The real tragedy, though? I can't stomach a cold burrito.
120 million eddies? Hot damn. And just to get your hands on one dude. You got some cojones, V.
Thanks. Okay, last time we learned that I can't romance Panama because I have a pussy. And the world is worse for it. So we will chill out on our love of Panam. Doing my best to be a better person? You fucking sweetheart. Flashbang! Men in Black Neuralizer. Everyone look at panties. You harlot. I respect it, but I don't fuck with it. Okay. Did we finish wardrobing last time? Are we in a fit that we fuck with? Yeah. Yeah. What is all our fits? We have comfy, corpo, kind of standard, full armor shit, which I don't fuck with actually. I'm gonna stick with this. I love seeing my face, so I never want to put headgear on, but like also I like just the look of having certain things on. Like this is kind of awesome. It just covers up the face I spent a while on. The shades are kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. Immediately into character customization. We lost her. We fucking lost her. How do I unequip? There it is. So there's also this crazy one eye thing. And this. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna stick with the Netrunner swag. Maybe not though. Maybe the glasses, maybe nothing. What do we think? I think nothing. I've decided to change nothing. Thank you everyone for going on that journey with me. My god, how much longer do I have to wear this fucking fit? We lost another one? Did it not work? Gotta make sure you look kick-ass while kicking ass? Hell yeah. It's drip or drown out here. I wonder if there's a leg upgrade to eliminate fall damage. I know I have the super jump.
Get back here.
Ah! Oh! I hit the roof. I thought I could jump across. Whoops. Whoops. I domed my head on the fucking roof. That didn't happen. Nobody saw that. Also, we have an ad in 4 minutes because you all yapped with me far too long. I will say, I complain about the sluttiness of this fit a lot. I do love that the bikini shows off my fur, like, pattern. I really do. Hey.
Someone in this tower go cuckoo again?
This is a private matter, so just move along.
Wait, she might know Barry.
This is a mega tower. Spilling to badges will get you pegged as a snitch.
This'll only take a sec. Do you know Barry?
More or less. Struck up a convo once or twice.
He's a friend from the precinct. Left the force not long ago. He broke down after his best friend died. We're worried he'll do something stupid.
I see.
Relax, Petrova. Barry's got nerves of steel. He's just a spiteful old bastard.
Mendez!
Losing some frames? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I really don't want to turn off the model, but that is typically what fucking does it. I'm gonna try a weird trick. If the image isn't on my actual monitor, then it doesn't have to, like, show it twice. That outfit inspires things? I'm gonna make a cryptid blush. Whoa, it says I'm offline. What the fuck? Did stream crash? Hope not. But yeah, if I drag the window... No, I'm still live. Okay. If I drag the window down, sometimes that'll help. Sometimes it won't.
Could you
We're gonna
check
try
on him when
it.
he's chilled down?
We'll see.
I don't know. Sounds too personal for me.
Excuse you.
Not the best shoulder to cry on.
Think about it, okay? Barry's a good guy. And a good cop.
No such thing.
He doesn't deserve to end up alone.
But I'll try and
I'll
make
consider
sure
it. Can't promise anything.
he's not dead. You know, because that sounds neighborly.
Hey, Barry? Everything all right in there? I'm gonna take that as a yes. Try again later.
Okay. I also still don't know. I bought the fucking DLC. I don't know when to do it, you know? Because I hear it changes things. Still stuttering a lot? No. Okay, I mean, it was fun. Ba-da-da-dum, bum, bum. Okay. I gotta get a new Fugi. This one's kind of like old. Quite old. We have the Christmas one, is the newest one. Honestly, this is still the best one we have. So I'm gonna stick with it. But like, at some point I should get a new one. Okay, hopefully that fixes it. If it doesn't, then we have even bigger problems than I was concerned about. Damn, this is the longest fucking elevator of my life. Also, I don't know that I want to do meet with Takamura next. Oh, there's also River. I don't think I want to romance River. He's cute and all, but I'm not dating a cop. I'm just not.
So,
I have standards. Whee! Yeah, that fit is kind of fucking awesome, actually. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, I still want to do this. It didn't work for me last time. Let's try it. Oops, my bad.
All nearby units. We got a situation in Watson. Roger, dispatch. What else is due? We'll be right there.
Nix has a job for me. Really? Okay. Still remembering how to drive without murdering everybody. Vesper! Aw, you fucking sucker. You gotta say that when I have the model up at least. And hi, Red! First time here, welcome in. You're in for a we're great here. We're super friendly. We're definitely not incredibly down bad. We're very normal. We're extremely normal. Who's fucking yuckying? Who's fucking walking with Fucky Wookie with a pedestrian. Uh-oh. That's their brains on the wall. Uh-oh, that's my brains on the wall. Pedestrian. Extremely normal polycule fucking all over the house. Yeah, exactly. I can hop this and survive, I bet. Woo! Did you see that shit? That was kind of fucking awesome. Okay, now I'm remembering how to drive. God, the motorcycle is really fun. It's cool that they have a bunch of car options and all, and it fits my backstory to use a car instead of a bike, but like, the amount of shit you can do with a bike in this game, it's just too cool. Oh, wrong. No, you didn't see that.
Attention, we got disturbance in Haywood. Kids causing trouble again? Okay, on our way.
It's fine, it's totally fine. They might notice me. Yep. Woo! Wasn't paying attention, was looking at my minimap. Was literally looking at my phone.
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
Yippee! Oh, forgot I have a new gun. Whoa, forgot I have a bunch of new guns. What the fuck? Where's my knife? I missed my knife. God, it is kind of sick though. Tier 3 iconic, Tier 2 plus iconic, Tier 4 iconic. Yeah, yeah. I guess I would be trading this out for it, which is not really the vibe. You know, though I don't necessarily. This is the one that charges, right?
They're coming for me!
Oh, dude, sorry, I didn't really care that you were there, but I guess if you're gonna shoot at me.
I'm going flank!
Come on, baby.
Ah! Hey! Whoa! Let's go! Hi, Claire. You're my
Claire?
new fucking favorite.
Under the rig!
Nice try.
Hey, Claire. Hell of a machine.
I'm trying to be your nice
shit,
ride.
and you've got good taste. Meet Beast,
Ignore them.
my pride and joy.
Oh,
Beer in the fridge if you want any.
and I do.
Thanks. So what's this about?
Need a driver. Thought you might do.
And I would do. Just to let you know I'm okay from the other night. Excellent to know. You know, we all get a little too drunk sometimes. It happens.
Hey! Eyes on me?
Ah, sorry.
A driver, huh? With you as my navigator?
Not exactly. This kind of racing involves drivers and gunners.
So, you a turret
It's
guru
true.
or a driver's
It's true.
dropout?
I'm more an engine tuner.
But I'm
Good
glad
at
you're
it, too.
alright.
And I shoot, but I'm no rally racer. I trust you're capable behind the wheel?
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Sure, Claire. I'll be your driver.
Okay, we got 4 races. First one's in City Center. That'll be followed by the Badlands and Santo, then Watson to finish.
When do we start?
There's a qualifying ladder. Need to climb it to reach the finals.
How high?
Top 3 in at least 2 rallies.
No,
gets
yeah,
our
she
tickets
gets
in.
drunk from bread and didn't realize stuffing
me
is
in
made
City
of bread,
Center.
which, girl. But
I'll
we
snap
love
the
you.
Specifics. You hear the roar of overtuned monsters? That's the place.
See you there.
They're shooting at
Oh my god.
She's crazy!
Guys. Okay. Bye, Claire. Love you.
She's wounded!
Take that. Take that. I like that it upgrades your innate health items to find health things. I think that's a really cool touch, actually. Ah! Damn, you guys have a lot of good shit on you. Okay, well, that was it for that. At least we finally finished it. God. Should I go hang out with River? He is attractive. And I am intrigued where his last thing got him. Sure, let's do it. I forgot how to put away my weapons. That's right. My bad, Vesper. There's a fucking button for it. Oh, not that button. Ah. Found it. Found it. Fruits you can't eat either because of that? Yeah. Probably. But it, oh, it's right fucking there. I'm like, where the hell? I gotta get the plugin. I used to have it until I fucking switched my computer and factory reset it a couple times. There's a thing that lets you, like, see people's pronouns on their actual Twitch username, and I use it for my own, and then I keep forgetting to reinstall it for my chat. Because it would be so helpful for me, because I am bad about that shit. Yeah, that thing. I had it for a while, and then I just forgot to reinstall it. Excuse you.
Well, this is the place. Tick, tick,
Won't
tick,
matter as
tick,
much when
tick.
I'm not pregnant. Used to being drunk and working around it. Fair.
Hey, V.
Hey,
How you holding up?
give me the
Been
goss. Let me know.
I know.
Wake up,
Probably not
samurai.
hard to tell.
Hello, Jonathan. Nice to see you in my chat as well as in my dome. So, what's the issue?
So, what happened?
Needed someone to talk to.
Mm-hmm.
First,
Aw,
take a look.
he thought of me.
Hello, my name is Arif Iqbal, and this is WNS News. Today's story.
Actually, I'm gonna make myself a little bigger.
Led the
There we are.
NCPD to the trail of a dangerous abductor and murderer. The incident occurred at the intersection of 7th and 15th Avenue. The following police footage was captured at the scene.
Ooh, I didn't know that.
1038, I repeat at 1038. Registration 2886244. We're exiting our vehicle now.
Copy that.
Out of the car! Hands up!
Easy, officer. Relax.
Shut your mouth! Oh, shit. We have a 1053 and a 1054. I repeat, a 1053 and a 1054.
Ooh, sorry. Smacking the shit out of the dishes on my table.
The boy from the footage is LeVar Martinez, age 17. His parents reported his disappearance over a month ago. Unfortunately, LeVar's life could not be saved.
I'm gonna look that
His
shit
body could
up.
not withstand the severe septic shock he suffered. Autopsy reports revealed the teenager was given dangerously high levels of hormones, anabolic steroids, and stimulants. The possessions and genetic material of 7 other missing teens were also
Thank you,
found in
Red,
the
for looking
car,
out for me.
belonging to one Anthony Harris. Unfortunately, their fates remain unknown. Although the criminal
Do I know
widely
this
known
kid?
as Peter Pan
I feel like he looks
survived the
familiar.
gunshot, he has not regained consciousness, making interrogation impossible.
This Peter
Please stay
Pan.
tuned to
An old
WNS News
case
for
you were looking
developments
for
in
him?
the story.
Never heard of him. Didn't cross my desk.
Okay, so looks solved.
What's the problem if they caught the guy?
My nephew, Randy. Disappeared not long past. And what you just saw. The kid was wearing Randy's shoes.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh. What was that about?
Randy's disappearance.
I forgot about that shit.
Know anything else?
My sister and I don't get along that well. I don't know much. Just wish I could have been there for her when she needed it most.
What, they figured you'd get emotional and kept you off the case?
More like a restraining order. Won't let me anywhere near it. Gonagle took the lead on it. Lazy-ass gonk. And so far, he ain't accomplished shit.
No way I'd let this lie.
I know. And that's why I'm asking for your help.
Let's
So
go.
what do we need to do?
Vigilante work.
Can't interrogate the guy because
If I get him fired, he becomes very romanceable
his
very
dreams.
fast.
Sorry, dreams?
You heard me. Come on, I'll explain on the way. It's an experimental procedure, but it's already yielding results. They record dreams that can be played
I'm gonna
back
need
as
a dangerous amount of fucking hormones to
Got access to
get
these dreams?
to get unnerved.
Not yet. But they keep them in the lab we're headed to now.
Not that I have nothing, but I don't have a whole lot. Ugh, and Jelly's over there showing off. The bastard. The bastard. How dare she have better tits than me? Just to spite me, surely. I need to donate my tits? Ooh, me. Ooh, me, me, me. Hello.
Okay. Got an appointment?
Not exactly. We'll go in together, but, not through the main entrance.
Oh, we're gonna break the law.
We'll find a different...
Yippee! I love breaking the law. I'm sorry, I missed my knife too much. I need it back.
way in, and then hustle out quick. Never actually been here, so I'll need your help.
Okie dokie. Luckily, my magical map tells me everything I need to know. I wish it didn't sometimes. Sometimes I feel in modern games, even like for the past like 5-10 years, the minimap telling you exactly how to do a quest kind of like takes a lot of the fun out of it. And it just said no to me doing it this year. That kind of makes sense. Ooh. Ah! I just lit myself on fire. Excellent. Okay. No, unless I have a huge... Okay. So there are multiple ways. It's just gonna show me each way. But see, like... I feel like slowly surrounding the building is something I could have figured out, you know? I'm just gonna try and ignore the minimap a bit more, maybe. No? Okay. I thought maybe I could climb in a window.
What now?
We find our entrance.
They have an audit today. Should be a ghost town. No need to be quiet.
How'd you know about the audit?
I did my homework.
Not willing to reveal your sources? I get it.
Know where they're keeping the BD?
Likely the room where they edit the autistic kid's dreams. Should be labeled as Anthony Harris.
What the fuck are you? Huh. That is a baby. That's full of Death Stranding in there, isn't it? Slap that bitch on an engine.
A few of these rooms we probably don't have to bother with.
Yeah, but like... Let me check it out. Upcoming audit, changes to security. Relevant details. Okay. Project decisions, cyberpsychosis.
Locked. Can't get in.
Okay, well, hold on. Appear the number 91. Oh, I always press escape, and it's never correct. 14-year waiting queue to ask again? Fucking brutal. What the hell?
Here. No sign of any BDs.
Okay. Bathroom. Also a bathroom? Yep. An office. Could be helpful, but isn't. Operating tables, operating tables. Is this where it just was, but from a different direction? Another computer. Are you doing this suit only silent assassin? I don't even know what those words mean. Use Kiroshi to find the right cabinet. Ah. I see. So not that one? Ooh. I didn't even see that. Cool.
Empty brain dance case.
Is it not this one? It has the big question mark on it and everything. Whatever. Ah, I see. There's just a few of them that do.
Hey, River! Think I got it!
Cool.
Found something?
I like this game. Oh, it's your Discord,
Anthony Harris.
Huh?
Let's try these drawers.
Ooh, speaking of... Sorry, I just noticed that was still on the screen. Easter egg. Huh? Easter egg?
Say, River, why not just have a janitor crack a door for you?
Can't risk getting scolded for sniffing around somebody else's case. Yoan!
Ooh.
What are you doing here? You got kicked off the force.
You got what?
Just suspended, actually.
And who might you be?
I'm calling the actual police.
Oh, wait, here. Hear me out, please.
Seriously, River? You weren't in enough trouble already?
Harris kidnapped my nephew.
Two only silent assassins is a challenge in the Hitman series where you can't change disguises to kill non-target people or have bodies found or be seen suspiciously. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, you're hearing my Discord pings? I see. Okay. Well, that's bad. Let me fix that. Where's streamer mode? Just because I'm using the Fugi. Guys, where's streamer mode? Does anyone know? What the hell? I feel like this should be easier. I used to be able to just search it in their little fucking settings thing, but now it's not coming up. Ah, there it is. Okay, never mind, found it. That should stop the pinging.
Really, I am. But we store evidence here, and we have strict protocols.
Protocols. Talking about his nephew's life here. A child's life.
This is an ongoing police investigation. Go, please. Get out now!
Listen, you work with badges, right? You know what they're like. Feed them analysis, they'll shit out failure.
This type of thinking is the very reason we live in a lawless city.
Lawless?
Well, I mean...
Remember your first med school exam? You know the one. Passed it with flying colors. Gotta remember it. Ladies' room erupted in flame. They evacuated everybody for 2 hours.
I cannot believe you would throw that in my face. I never wish to see you here again. Especially you.
I hope you're saying especially
This
him.
man,
I don't
he
even know
only
you.
Takes. He never gives anything back.
Barely know, River. We just work together.
Do not believe any promise he makes.
That's
Good
not what I
tip,
meant to click
thanks. But we're wasting time.
Harris's dream, BD. Where is it?
He isn't dreaming.
What? Why?
A bullet damaged his cerebral cortex. We get only dissonant urges. Pieces.
I'd like to...
Try audiovisual stimulation.
But he isn't on the spectrum.
A favorite song or movie helps you reach the kids. Might be worth a try.
I am aware of the similarity. Hypothalamus stimulation and hormone production. But Harris is not a child. I have never tried the procedure on an adult.
Okay, do it.
Let's try it.
We don't even know his preferences.
I'll find something. I mean you're willing to try?
Just go. I'll open the front door for you.
Let's ride, V. I know exactly where to start.
Say, by the way, what do you know about biochips? Arasaka's relic in particular.
Well, it's designed to store a person's neural engram.
Oh, you're willing to help me?
Sorry. Just imagine copying over a person's memories and personality.
Right, I get that. I'm more curious what happens if the stored engram overwrites the engrams of the chip carrier.
Overwrite? I'm not even sure that's possible. Why do you ask?
Nah, never mind. Not a big deal. Thanks.
Okay. Is this not the right way? Ah.
Cops seem to like you. Could be this one sniffing around for something extra.
Shut up.
Stay out of it, Johnny.
Ooh, think someone actually wants to polish Mr. Policeman's badge.
You know, moments like these, I truly mourn the fact I can't fucking sock you one.
Fine, not gonna pry. Truth is, you could have done worse than Detective Blue Moon Board.
Already have. Got a brain parasite nibbling away at my nerve endings as we speak.
Bastard. He's dealing with a neurotypical trans individual who's questioning their sexual attraction. I'm sure there's nothing else this could be. No, I'm with it.
Okay, let me hear it.
Lost your badge. Didn't tell me about it. Why?
I don't know.
Makes you a bit of a lead head, doesn't it?
That'd do. It's just,
Every time I want to hate him, he
it's not
becomes
easy
more
for me to talk
handsome,
about
and it's
when
fucked up.
biting in my ass.
It's
Fair
fucked up. Sorry.
Could tell me where we're headed, though.
To Joss's. Randy's mom.
Okay.
She thinks he just ran away from home. For now, keep the kidnapping between us.
What does Wesker be like? And we all need him.
Gonna tell me why we aren't trying to find Harris's apartment?
It's a house. I doubt he's keeping his victims in his basement.
Why not?
And besides, we are trying. Want to see if we can find some connection to Harris at Randy's.
Pretty weak lead.
Best we can hope for just now.
Not worried Yawen's gonna toe the line? Rat you out to her superiors?
Used to be friends. Doubt she'd do that. Plus, not that I'd use it, but I do know one skeleton she'd prefer remain tucked in her closet.
I think Yawen will actually help us, all things considered.
Yeah.
See you later,
These
maybe
tips
have
of
fun.
ours
Bye,
always
Red.
end up
Thanks
the
for
same
stopping
way.
by. Always good to see you.
I'll tell you about it over a beer sometime.
Sure.
Sign me up. We find Randy, and we find the bottoms of a few bottles.
It'd be my pleasure.
My model isn't working, but just know that I'm giving the camera devious fucking side eye. Cop goes, it's too obvious to search, then it's the perfect hiding place, right? It's like, he's still trying to go about this in a very official way. Don't worry about it. Show up at someone's house. Fucking bang down the door. You're not a cop anymore. Just look. Bang their mom. Well, maybe, you know, maybe don't. Maybe me instead. I'm gonna skip the ride. I never do. I like the tour of the city that it gives, but I'm gonna. Done! What are you done with? What did you do?
Right. This is it.
Cool.
It's sure been a while. Used to come over every weekend, a long time ago.
And changed it all since?
Places like this never change.
Interesting. There's a way to walk, but I don't know it, so I'm just gonna stagger. Stagger behind fucking river here. War. War never changes. Done. Say less. I'm just being down bad. Oh, I see. You know what? I respect it.
Lovely neighborhood. Mwah.
Well, you want a kiss?
River. You either got business with me or news about my Randy. Wouldn't drag your butt out here if you didn't.
Joss, meet V.
Hey.
So V, is this about my Randy?
Tis.
Randy's been taken.
Why didn't you call?
Joss,
Throw a blanket over the truth, like always.
Police caught the guy, but he caught a bullet and he's in a coma being watched.
But where's Randy?
We're looking, Joss.
here?
Listen, we need to look through Randy's things.
Why?
To find any lead we can. Trust me, Joss.
Just don't destroy anything. Randy doesn't like it when anyone pokes through his stuff.
Let's go, V.
The kids are playing outside. Tell them it's time to eat.
Okie dokie.
What's on your mind?
I think all the women in your life have character.
That's the trailer. Eyes peeled for details, eh?
Okay.
Uncle River!
Monique, Dorian. Hey, guys.
Is this your girlfriend?
Just a friend.
You gonna stay over?
We'll see. Your mom's waiting for you with dinner.
Joss meet V. V is nowhere to be seen. Already trying to fucking walk around the place and rob it.
This is their old trailer. Randy moved in when I bought him a new one.
You've
real hellhole. Like in my good old days.
You check around. I'll check the trash.
Okie doke. You gonna take that key? There it
Got
is.
some kind of key here. Real fossil.
Not quite what we're looking for, no.
No, it's kind of exactly what we're looking for. Shut up. You don't know shit. Keys open things. Things that you would rather remain closed.
Some kind of game here. Shipping code on it. Expensive tech. Randy had the scratch for this?
You're joking.
Maybe. I'm so bad at names. We just met Joss. Was it the person
No
at
chance
the
Randy could
stove?
afford hardware like this. Way too pricey.
Let me add it. Let me hook
You
my
gotta get
brain
in.
up to that shit.
But I doubt anyone knows the password. Can you crack it?
Yup. Oh. Hold on. Yup.
Let me give it a shot. Eureka.
Help me scour this, will you?
Mm-hmm. Meant to call. Sorry, spent half the day sitting in my
They caught
garden.
Harris in a vehicle like that.
Ah. Cool.
Blockaded street. Shit, River, I remember that day.
Oh, wow.
He lives close to an old school.
Just want to say thanks.
True angel of empathy, this guy, huh?
Huh. It's helping someone. Use my admin privileges to find you IRL.
Figured out Randy's
Oh.
identity. Sent him the game as a present.
Ah.
The one you found in his drawer?
The same. Shipping code suggests the prick sent it from the Badlands.
Interesting.
This guy baited Randy like a pro.
Interesting.
River, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
No. There's no way. Why would he do that?
Not only did they agree to meet, But it looks like Randy was as excited as any kid on his way to a theme park.
Fuck. This creep definitely scrambled Randy's head.
Eh? I don't really get what's happening.
Natalie must have been the only person Randy trusted.
Can we view this page with a link?
Maybe. Strange. Very strange.
Something deeply fucked about that cartoon. My skin's crawling.
Yeah, it's, you know, something. Silhouette of a gaunt female figure begins to take shape among the ebb of the Enki fog. By its long braid, the woman had a severed head, only one eye socket clearly visible. Decay had long begun to melt the face's flesh, exposing the white of bone underneath. The other side fared much better. Then, without uttering a sound, the woman shifted her gaze to pierce the eyes of the wearier warrior. "Come kill me, I am ready for death," she shouted with a cold intensity. Prepared to meet her fate. Black metal stuff. Finishing the lasting marquees left. Eden Burrows. Okay.
Some kind of link. The one Randy wrote about?
Let's find out.
Non-profit helps drug addicts. Oh, still alive. I have a special delivery for you from a Valentino dream of mine. I see. Maybe I click the image, the red one with the people in it. Okay.
A hidden page set up by Anthony Harris.
Christ. Oh, I'm gonna be sick.
Right? This feels kind of weirdly Dare like. Kind of culty vibes on this site.
Jesus, River, this is fucked. The guy preyed on troubled kids, made habit to target boys like Randy.
This is my fault. If I just paid more attention. Just talked with him more.
Hey, come on. You're not the one at blame here.
There was a file here.
Deleted, looks like, but the name's still there.
That name. Wasn't the video file on Randy's comp called something like that?
Yeah, that.
Hey, look. The name of this cartoon matches the missing file on Harris's page.
That's what we needed to find for Yawin. V, we've got it.
Randy must have downloaded it.
Sure, but V, don't you get it? This could be the key to Harris's mind.
Here's hoping.
Hey, can you use any of that Netrunner magic to shake anything else out of this?
Get Harris's IP address. I have no idea how to do that. Yeah, I have no idea how to do that. Oh. I see. Do I have enough for that? I have only one attribute point, so no, definitely not.
Not that kind of magician.
Oh, okay. We'll have to manage without it.
That cartoon, River, could be what we've been looking for. Said yourself we need something that'd get Harris to dream. Send it to Yawen.
Right. Sending it now. Okay. Says she'll get back to me by morning. And that I am a son of a bitch. And, come on. Let's grab a bite.
Sure. I bet we're staying with this family for their dinner. Ooh. Oh. It's back there. Okay, I'll leave it there.
Listen, let's not worry Joss more than we need to, huh? We're hot on the trail. We'll know more tomorrow. That's it.
Okay. It's your family. I think.
Dorian, please.
But it really tastes like boogers.
Joss, we're finished.
All done. Off to bed then.
We left some for you, Uncle River.
Thanks, Monique.
Tell me you found something.
We'll know more tomorrow.
I sent some evidence to the lab. There's a chance we could know where to find Randy by morning.
When's the last time you ate?
Yesterday.
That's no good.
Have mine. I'm not hungry.
Thanks. Maybe later.
Cigarette dinner. It's girl dinner.
Now you? No bullshit. Don't look at my brother. Just tell me. Will
Okay.
you find my boy?
I can't promise anything.
Can't promise you anything, Joss. Except that we'll do our best.
You'll do your best.
Not a miracle worker.
Joss, you mind if V takes Randy's trailer for the night?
No? Sure.
Staying,
Yes.
right? You gotta help me see this through. To the end.
Sure, man.
Of course I'll stay.
Find your way all right?
Yep. Gonna go hit the sack soon. Hang in there, Joss.
Not much else to be said. No real point in saying anything else. Yeah, like the fault, as is common
V,
and prevalent
wake
in
up.
this kind of thing.
Not done sleeping.
Yawen called. It worked. The cartoon. He's dreaming.
You got the BD?
Right here. Slot it in. Jack into the computer. I want to see it on the monitor.
That doc of yours is quick. Not bad.
It's not like the fact that he was a drug addict. It's the fact that he was shaming himself so relentlessly for it that someone could take advantage of his poor view of himself. Ooh, actually, I just realized. You can't really see the game center really well. I guess it's not terrible.
What's the matter with you, Anthony? I have to report this. I hope you understand that.
We're back at Harris's spooky days.
This isn't normal behavior. Anthony, you killed Liam's turtle.
He was sick. He wouldn't eat, stayed in his shell. I just wanted to help him.
By injecting him with HGH? What were you thinking? Is this something your father taught you? Good people took you in, extended their trust. This is how you repay them?
Ew. Fucking huge ew.
Your friend died. I understand. But that is no excuse.
Kinda is. Kinda super is.
Fuck you. What did you just say? Okay, I've had enough. Principal's gonna hear about this. Your foster parents, too. I see. Like father, like son.
Gross. Where are those?
Huh, I recognize this shooting. It was a case study back at the academy. Give me a sec to check which school that was. Laguna Bend. Looks like the whole town got flooded in the 50s. Well, at least we know the general area where Harris lived.
Guess that'd be that. Trophy. Old one. Dating from 2042. First place in an interscholastic wrestling tournament.
Don't you dare talk about my dad! That's right, you little shit. I know it all. Farm failed. Dad put a bullet in his head. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! You can't talk about my dad, you prick! You can't! You can't!
He was sick, weak. I just wanted to help him.
Huh. Well, that's something horrifying.
Tony! Where you going now?
Ah. Where's the thing? Where's the thing they want me to see?
Harris looks even younger here.
Ah.
Coming!
Ah. It is the cow. Just let me look at the cow. Let me look at the cow.
See that? Cow's sick, like the rest.
I don't see that, but I'm glad you see it, River.
Looks like a cattle bioscanner for checking vitals.
Got no way to ID him. Kid's father was a real hard ass.
Tony, come here.
Yeah, Dad?
You forget something? I asked you a question.
I don't know.
Choline and methionine levels. See anything odd?
Too low?
You were supposed to check before school. What do you gotta say for yourself?
I was gonna die because of you. Gotta kill it like you killed your mama.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Just dial up her hormones. And shut off that goddamn cartoon. How many times I gotta tell you not to leave it like that?
Cattle injectors for hormones, antibiotics. People ate meat loaded with this shit.
Eat, guy. We're not out of the woods.
Not the day I spent trying to turn that shit up.
Supplements in the feed for disease-free livestock.
Who is that? Wait, what the fuck? The mom? Seems he's had hallucinations for a while.
Ah, that's our cartoon. Little Tony really seemed to love it.
Guess that'd be that.
Well, that was difficult to watch and experience. Oh, why am I carrying too much? How am I carrying too much? What's going on? Oh, we're still in this shit. Oh.
I think this might be the place, V. It's a recent memory. Gotta be his hideout.
Got some cables.
Unhelpful.
Got a clock. An hour to midnight. Looks like Peter Pan turned this farm into a goddamn final bastion.
What does that mean?
Fuel. Must have been an auto shop or something here at some point.
Oh, fuck me.
Ooh.
Treats the kidnapped boys like cattle.
So he's just like a serial killer for the fucking love of the game, or what? I cannot see where the fuck it wants me to listen. Ah, there.
Hearing what I'm hearing?
Trash barge. That's the signal to dump. Has to be a landfill nearby.
I thought at least there'd be a purpose. A cult, profit, something. I don't know why that would have made me feel better, but it definitely would have. Can't fucking find what it wants me to look at with some of this shit. Ah.
And where are you up to, Mike?
Oh, I was in the wrong layer. That was the fucking problem.
Look, another one.
Can I look out here?
Come here, you rascal. You'll hurt yourself. Tony'll take good care of you. Easy now. One easy.
I'm missing stuff. Ah!
Hey, the Illuminated Towers. Promoting the Us Cracks album that came out then. Colors changed every hour.
I think that might be it.
Okay. So I'm definitely done. What's
No, it's
what
so
is it
short,
I
River.
missed?
Think we ought to explore a bit more.
Okay. Let's go with your gut.
But I can't explore a bit more. It won't fucking let me.
To Mike.
Ah, there we are.
Oh, you're in.
Terminal controls the pins. Gotta be another deck somewhere for the mines and turrets.
Fire department search stamp right here. City South. Perfect.
Okay.
Don't see Randy anywhere.
Is that him? No. Is it? No.
signage on the farm model points to Petrochem.
That's gotta be all she wrote in this one, V.
Yep. Perfect.
Okay, so where do we sit now exactly?
We know Harris still lives near an old school that's now underwater. You can see the NC skyline and the Uscrax towers from the farm. It's a few miles out.
Cool.
Farm's located near a landfill. We know that too.
Okay.
Shipping code on the game Randy got from Harris traces out to the Badlands. Those towers promoting the Uscrax album. Colors change regularly, once an hour. So we know the time.
11 at night.
Right. And that puts the farm east of the city. Southeast, actually. Stamp on the NCFD certificate was from the southern region. Farm model's a Petrochem design, so that eliminates any others. Which narrows it down to Edgewood Farm. That's gotta be our place.
So, we've got it.
Just hope we didn't fuck it up. Come on, we gotta go.
Okay. Time for the part I'm good at. The murder part. Dude, it's your car. Acting like I'm gonna unlock it for you. I don't know where your unlock button is. I guess it was there. My bad.
Damn it. Let this work.
It's gotta work. Done more in 2 days than the NCPD accomplished in weeks.
Not hard to do, but yeah, you're right. Thanks, V. For everything.
We'll find him, River.
If I'd only known sooner how he felt. What was eating at him?
This isn't your fault.
I'm his uncle, V. And I wasn't there for him. Fuck!
I don't really know how to help you with that one, man.
Hold on, Randy. Please hold on.
You can't speed a little? I'm wondering if I could have gotten the IP address earlier, if we could get there way earlier without any of this stuff. We would have gotten there a full, like, at least 6 hours earlier. And it's possible that the game gives you his life if you do that, and his corpse if you can't. I would not be surprised if that is how it shook out. I guess he was right, though. It's not at the house. So, if I had been in charge, it would have been worse.
Grab something!
River, this is the farm. We got it.
Your windshield exploded like confetti.
Let's get the farm quick.
Ah! Oh, nope, that's not what I meant. Woo. Wow, you guys got a lot of bullshit. A lot of mines. Jesus. Keep everything nice and subtle for now. Okay.
By the barn, 2 more turrets.
I see him.
Front gate's attacked.
River, come here, quick!
Come here, he's gonna set off the fucking mines.
Oh, fuck.
Uh-oh.
You alive? Come on, eyes open. Help's on the way.
Where? Why? How? God damn it, River.
Hanging in there. We made it. V, shut down the machine. Can't unlink Randy otherwise.
Randy! 1052. I repeat, I've got a 1052 at a farm south of the city.
Yes, send the fucking squad! Yeah, relaying coordinates now. No, several, at least. Do it quick, damn it! Oh, and watch for automated defenses on site. They're substantial. Hurry, gotta shut it off.
Going.
Okay, all disconnected.
Check the others. Could still be alive.
Right.
Okay, this is a pretty sick mission. I'm kind of having a lot of fun. I don't know, man. How do I check? Whoa. How the fuck am I supposed to... Okay.
It's okay. Don't be scared. We're here to help. A bit dehydrated, but you are gonna be fine.
Okay.
Been dead a few days already.
Okay. Fine.
V, help me with Randy.
Okay. Hold on.
Whoa, easy there. You're all right now.
V,
I'm going. Okay. You know what? That's a nicer result than I was expecting. Good fucking deal. Ow. They have trauma team insurance?
We did it, River.
Yep. We sure did. But I'm not about to leave it like this. The horror that bastard inflicted. Can't let it go.
Okay.
What do you want to do? Zero him?
Exactly. Squeeze the life out of him with my bare hands. Sick fuck has to die.
The guy who's already like brain damaged and like forever comatose? That guy? I'm not against it, but I don't know that I care to join you for it.
Do what you gotta do. Kill him, spare him. Just one request, River.
What's that?
Leave me out of it. Had my fill of this case.
Not willing to see this through with me?
Helped you because it was about your nephew. That's over, so enough.
Too bad. Thought we'd take this to the end together. But it's all right. I'll handle it.
Best of luck, then. See each other around?
Probably. Eventually.
I'm all for eliminating
Need a little
problems.
time to myself for now.
But
We're ready for evac. Are you riding along or not?
Really, V. Thanks. Couldn't have done it without you.
smothering a
Don't
comatose
mention
guy
it.
with a pillow kind
Hollow
of.
if you need anything.
You don't really need my help with that. Seems kind of easy. Seems kind of not worth it. I'll let you handle it. Thanks, though. Hey, Judy. Anyway, I think I got something that might help us. Have a fabulous day. Thanks. Okay. Okay. I'll go meet with Takamura. He's been a little bit begging for it. Where's my bike? Hey! Quit it! I am gonna self-drive it. Ooh, also like, why am I in first person now? I'm gonna self-drive it, leave you guys with some music, and go to the bathroom. Oh. What are we on? Ritual FM? That sounds good. I like it. Have fun. Be right back. Okay. I'll turn. Joel missed me. literally didn't do anything. Oh, shit. Ow.
It is good to see you, V.
Seems pretty, secluded here.
It is appropriate for such a secret meeting.
What the hell happened? Look close to awful.
You see a man robbed of his implants, money and dignity. Look well. It is not all bad. I am mostly unnoticed in the streets.
I see.
Friend you mentioned here?
Oda? He should be here any moment now.
Willing finally to give me the spec on him?
He's Hanako-sama's bodyguard.
Hanako Arasaka's? From the carrier at anchor in the bay? Saburo's daughter?
Yes, and if he believes you, we'll next meet with her.
And what's to stop her little errand boy from selling us out?
He will not do that. He is a man of honor.
Right, because Arasaka's ranks are chock full of those.
Do not confuse true honor with the petty morals by which you live. By God, huh? A good sign. He is usually camouflaged.
Several bot murders by our lovely Sari bot. Excellent. I don't like him.
Takemura-san. Oda.
Is this her? Your thief?
She's my witness, V.
Can speak for myself, you know.
So speak. I have been told you know things.
Was there? Saw what happened. Yorinobu strangled the old guy.
Silence! Not one word more. You will bring death to your door.
But it is the truth. Hanako-sama must hear it.
My one concern is to keep her safe in this city forgotten by the gods.
Is she in danger?
Now? No. Yet during the parade to honor Arasaka-sama, most certainly.
I bring you this witness to his murder, and you dare to worry about a silly parade? Fool!
Correct. Unlike you, I have not yet failed to keep my oath to do my duty.
You will regret those words.
The only thing I regret is that I came here to meet you. There is a price on your head. I do you a favor now, by not cutting it off and taking it straight to Yorinobu-sama. What would you do now, were you in my place?
I do no favors. I would deliver your head to Yorinobu-sama.
Oda. Not like we're asking for a whole lot here. Just one brief meeting. Hanako should decide if what we say is true. You can't decide for her. Will you help?
I will not. But I will let you leave this place, this city, unharmed. If I see either of you again, I will not be so lenient.
I wonder if he's worried about the brother
careful,
killing the sister too.
We are all so far from home.
And that's why he's so hesitant.
Good fucking riddance. 1 Arasaka whack job is already plenty.
I don't disagree.
Fine friend there. Got any more?
Alas, only him.
Do I have that much? Cool. I do.
No way this was gonna work.
Yet. we walk away with a small measure of success.
How do you figure that?
What Oda said. They return to Tokyo after the parade. Do you not see the parade? It is our chance, perhaps. If, somehow, we can get to Hanako-sama. We must do a proper reconnaissance first.
Doesn't Sama mean
we'll
like
need
royalty?
a precise map of Japantown.
Hold on.
It is your turn to call on friends. Do you know a fixer who could help?
Now just the fixer dame.
Sure.
Wakako Okada.
I guess.
Runs a pachinko parlor on Jig Jig Street.
We must pay this woman a visit.
Okay.
Will you join me?
Sure.
Sure, why not?
This seems fucking insane. You gonna drive or?
Jig Street. What is this name?
Just a Night City name.
Beware, you mock me too often.
You make it too easy for me.
Any idea what's going on at Arasaka?
Only what I can surmise from what I see on TV. Yorinobu and his puppets grin at the cameras and insist that everything is under control. But the wider the smile, the bigger the lies.
You alright, Goro?
Yes. Why the sudden concern?
Have shared interests, you and I. Or have you forgotten?
Certainly not.
Good, because catching lead in Night City's easier than catching a cold. And I need you alive.
I am alive and well. As you can see, you should worry about yourself.
What the fuck? You just cut off a semi, old man? So, how'd everyone's Friday go? Yeah, I'm gonna skip this. I can't stand the music you choose, Goro. I can't fucking stand it. Oh, it's back. Awesome. And I love brass instruments, but this is just like, this feels like the solo that never ends. Whew. Hi.
Hey, you're looking.
No, I'm walking my grandpa around. Can't you see?
Rogue, my sweet. This has got to be a misunderstanding.
Of Pachinko?
I've no idea who jumped your
Gosh, you
team,
really are
But
old.
the claws? No, never. My boys know their place. I'm sorry, got to go. I have guests.
Hi.
V, so nice to see you. And your charming friend is?
Happen to be working together, that's all.
Takemura Goro です。岡田さん、お会いできて光栄です。
Ah, a true gentleman.
It's only 'cause he wants
Shame
something.
only that he's being hunted by all Arasaka's tin soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And you, V, Bring him to my door. Give me one reason why I shouldn't notify the proper authorities right away.
Eddies is why. Always about Eddies, Wakako. You wanna make them, we got biz. Doesn't get any simpler.
So tell me, and mark well I still have my phone at hand.
Need intel on the parade that's scheduled to come through Japantown.
So it's Arasaka again. What I fail to understand is, why come to me?
It's coming through your part of town?
Did Mr. Deshawn not come to the phone?
Goro, remind me why Dex's fat, backstabbing ass is currently indisposed.
He is deceased.
Butchered and dumped at a landfill by some Arasaka goon. Real shame that.
That a threat I detect?
No threat, no. Asked why I couldn't reach Dex. I answered. Just facts, nothing more.
Good, 'cause you would then have to join him.
Okada-san, our intentions are honorable.
Well...
We need just information. It is a matter of life and death.
Also, well...
Everything's on the shards.
How much does this cost? My pockets are empty.
Clearly. My gift to you, it's free.
For why?
Okada-san, what is free often proves most costly.
Gonna take them or not?
Sure.
Japantown. Whole district is to be sealed off for the parade. Dashi platforms, the main attraction. They'll fly this way, high above street level. Along the parade route, balconies, footbridges, and vantage points affording good views. Hanako Arasaka, the guest of honor, will deliver her speech from the largest float. She'll do this exactly here.
Oh, perfect.
Got no idea about security, but given recent events, expect it to be tight. Our last parade, Arasaka undercovers infiltrated the crowd. Not to mention a smattering of sharpshooters, drones. And if that's not enough fun for one day, a net runner, one at least. They use the city CCTV to observe everything. Main access point, here. It's an old automated control center. If you ask me, most useful by far. At the end, the floats will float out of Japantown, and we'll be left with trash up to our elbows that no one will collect. That's it. It's all I have.
It must be enough.
Then go. Be on your way.
Thanks. Are you curious?
Not at all curious what we're going to all this trouble for.
Blissful ignorance has served me well. In any case, I'll find out soon, won't I?
This is true.
Thanks, Wakako.
Appreciate
We
you.
appreciate this, Okada-san.
Don't know why you gave it to me for free. But I guess I'm not gonna question it. It can't just be this old man's handsome face. Well, actually.
A delightful, mature woman.
Settle down.
This information, it could be just what we need. But I will try to investigate further. I will stay here some time and call some associates.
You're going back into
The
flirt with.
moment I learn something new, I will let you know.
You're really obvious. Just
low profile, okay? Don't start handing out autographs.
In fame, I could not overtake you if I tried. Be safe, B.
okay. Thanks. Do I want to do Phantom Liberty at this point? No. I want to do map 10 Pell because it's telling me, right? Yeah. We'll do this first.
What I was, and I gotta work out.
Got something that'll keep you wet.
Yo, ever try rainbow poppers?
Huh?
Purple haze? Got every color under the sun, I do.
Sure. Shit. Well, I couldn't hurt.
Show me the range.
Bum ba dum bum bum. Oh, these are just like nothing. Nothing. And we'll fast travel, because why not? Because I've been meaning to do this mission for so fucking long. Let's not even give ourselves the chance to get distracted on something else, huh?
Animal pas attaqué au funérail là. Moi certain. Oh oui. Sorti dans qui ça? Respect. Non, calme, boss. You know
Cross the line.
Sorry. Where are you? Huh?
You are V? We have been waiting.
Sorry.
Couldn't meet somewhere else? Not big on funerals.
Do not be frightened, étrange. This funeral is not for you.
You my contact? Someone finally gonna tell me about this job?
I'm just a man in the middle. You will learn more. Soon.
Who died? Got something to do with the job?
You think we put together this funeral special for you?
Wanna talk with Brigitte? She here somewhere?
No. Shopping center by the intersection. Go to the butcher shop there. Ask for Placide. He will tell you the details.
Let's see. The fancy jumping legs were such a good grab.
She's done.
Moi pas connais. Il te semblait très déterminé.
Oh, li pas changer l'idée. Ton coup tout le temps.
C'est pas tant ça.
Oh, ou voulez pour moi parler avec lui, pas vrai? Ok, pas de chance.
Looking for Placide.
Placide. Regardez ici là.
Do, ti, pi, ti, maman.
C'est vous-même. Continuez. Placide, regardez là.
Thanks. That was weird. Oh, that's bad. Oh. Okay.
You Placide?
No. You?
Placide.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Told me at the chapel you're the one to talk to. Mr. Hand sent me. Said you got merc work needs doing.
No here. Come with.
Where the fuck did you just shove that? really gross, man.
Where are we headed?
This way.
Helpful.
Welcome to Pacifica.
Yeah, thanks.
You know Pacifica well?
No. You guys aren't exactly great at rolling out the welcome mat for outsiders.
Was to be its own city where suits would burn their eddies. A closed circle. The corpse feed their sheep, they spit the cash back out. All their toys here are grown from corpo cash. Our interest is now in the GIM, the Grand Imperial Model.
I love your earrings, by the way.
Ugliest temple to read, but never finished. Until last week, it was deserted, empty.
This big old hunk of junk?
The animals crawled in, made a nest. Qui est à? Deuxième. Et vas-y.
Ou pas de besoin. Il y a l'autre qui vient les plus mal.
Peut-être. Mais ça, c'est ma bonne nom pour your response.
Merci.
Let's go. That's fine.
Okay. Drop it off at Chicken for Family.
Ajodia. Vita Emily. When pas plié.
Huh. Also interesting. Oh, sorry. Just stuck myself up your ass there.
You deal with animal before?
Yeah, a few times. You want the animals out of the gym? Extinct? That why you hired me?
You learn everything soon.
Not big on words, Placide.
I mean, it makes no sense them being here. Middle of Pacifica, no backup, cut off. It's your turf. Hell, even badges don't patrol around here.
Maybe they were invited.
They're trying to provoke you? Make you do something stupid?
They do not leave GIM.
How many we talking about in there?
30, maybe more. Vinina, we talk here. You sit.
Okay.
When do I see Brigitte?
You do job. That is first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Whoa, what the hell are you doing?
Well, at least he's not likely to talk your ears bloody.
Why not send your own goons to the gym?
It's not our way.
How's that been working out for you?
Work good. Good more than bad. Your calm shaman, it is Victor.
Why does that
at all
matter?
Relevant. Or just a cheap scare tactic?
I need you to be able. I need know. This chip. It have no signature. What is it?
Don't fucking worry about it.
Besides that, everything's okay?
Neural net problem. Cortex spikes. Other trash.
Any of that a deal breaker?
I asked you about the chip.
Unimportant.
Chip's why I'm here. Why I want a word with Brigitte. Doesn't look at all familiar.
It should. Why? I see only it is damaged.
Got a bullet to the brain. Hasn't worked since, that's how. Huh. Haven't asked about my experience, what I can do.
We are not cop. Do not offer career. You do for us only one simple thing.
Simple. Sure.
Once inside, what do I do?
The camionette. To
2035-07. 3 seconds before, poof.
Huh?
We try to learn where the camionette come from.
Van's definitely a custom job.
I see you not know also.
Hey, just trying to piece facts together. You record all this on your own?
Mm-hmm. Local cam signals, corp SATs, we capture to all.
But from inside the gym, squad, right? Tech looks pretty advanced. Doesn't scream meathead to me.
They watch it very close. It is important, whatever it is. Batman Kelly have this encore. Fais-moi porte là.
Time for a break? I think you might be needed.
They will manage fine. You focus.
Animals aren't the play here, are they? They're hired muscle. Someone else needed them. Someone with a van full of Netrunner tech. And that's where I come in? To sniff out who?
Mm-hmm. Start with the camionette. Hide from all eyes. Only see the situation.
The what?
You have now synced with Rezo Agwe, our subnet.
Why? What for?
You are my vessel now. To Agwe, I see what you see. Hear what you hear. I will guide you to GIM.
You see him?
Another voice in your head. Just what the Ripper Doc ordered.
We know who the runner inside is. What he wants.
This I hope you tell me.
So, aim to keep an eye on me. Shows trust. Alright. Anything else I should know?
Find out people name all. They will show you how to get inside the beast.
Got it. So I do this and you put me in front of Brigitte, right?
Yes. Soti at end of the hall. Go down.
I like
but
how
people will let you
straightforward he
pass.
is. I really appreciate that.
We are done.
Brigitte even know we're supposed to meet? Or did you cook this deal up all by yourself?
You speak with Chefin when time is right.
So, yes. All right. Ta-ta. Yeah.
All ears. What?
I check stability. The link on your end clear.
Mm-hmm.
You're breaking up. I just have 2 doors. That's weird. Oh, why can't I? There it is. My thing isn't working that well. Yeah. Who needed those ankles?
Some fuckers on my ass!
And that is on me for picking fights with everyone with a yellow arrow above their head. It's just been so long. Okay, the sniper is not good at mid-range. It kind of takes way too fucking long to set up. I guess I should be using the sniper instead of the gun in that case. But also, like... How do I, put stuff on it? Also, I gotta go sell all my shit at some point, too. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, how do I... There's gotta be a way, right? Oh, yeah, attachments. There it is. I can't put any fucking attachments on the actual sniper rifle? Fine. Man, I gotta get that fall damage thing under control. There's gotta be a leg implant or something that lets me ignore that shit. Do I try and kill these guys again, though? Maybe. Oh, wow. That worked. Ah! Oh, look at that. Woo! Okay. Now that we are done getting distracted, I know there's definitely like a strongbox somewhere, but it's not showing me it on the map, and honestly, it's not that important. I killed you for the XP. I'm sorry. If they didn't want you dead, they wouldn't have hidden delicious XP in your fucking bodies. Hello.
Talk with you. You, V?
Yep.
Know the way in? Was told you would.
Yeah. Garage in the back.
But shh. Quietly, yeah?
Anything interesting happen over there?
Since we are here, all quiet.
No one in, no one out?
Well, they went out for supplies once.
Okay. Thanks. Ooh, look at you.
Get to work.
Whoa! I have missiles? Dude, I've shot missiles at you several times. Whoops. Ah. What increases my my carrying capacity? Probably body, right? Oh my god. Crazy awesome. Yeah, I will be deflecting bullets. Why the fuck not? Oh, none of that increased my carrying capacity. I forgot the reason I came there. Surely it's body though, right? Or maybe nothing does it? And it's just kind of inherently based on something else? Okay, well... wait. We will, just start disassembling stuff. Why not? Okay, cool. Ooh. Why am I not using that? Oh, probably because I'm in combat, right?
Squeeze the bitch dry! She's tossing nades!
Okay, I really should switch out the sniper rifle while I'm actively storming a building. We'll use that fucking crazy thing. Oh, no, that's fucking crazy. Why does it do that? Why can't I find a single pistol that just shoots bullets one at a time normally, like any other pistol on the fucking planet?
Okay, I'm in.
I see. The commune. Check it.
Right.
Ah! There we go. Whoa.
Wait, who was that?
Who you think? The runner we won't try to invade you. With the extra eyes we give you, it is fine for now.
So, he knows I'm here.
Goody! I probably shouldn't have done anything like what I did, but... Okay, I'm changing this fucking pistol again. Because it feels the same as this one. No, this one is still... It still benefits you from headshotting, it benefits you from aiming.
It even work. Said this place was abandoned years ago.
Now it is not. Animals fix their eyes.
Woo! Woo! Cool. Huh.
Look, you can always land one like this. Don't work with the new ones, though. This one's got a motion sense. Only reacts when you move. New models got muscle memory sims. React to your intention, not your move. Meaning... And this one I can just pound into the ground. Yep. Second.
Do you have anything that explodes? Okay, there we are. Okay, so I just gotta get past them, basically. Distract enemies. Ah! Initiate overload. Oh. That did nothing. Awesome. Oh, there's another one of you as well. There's a bunch of you assholes.
When I find you, I will cut you down. Raz, guy. I'm getting stabbed right now.
That's not gonna work, huh? How about you? Really? You're just chilling. Okay. Fuck do I get past you? I mean, I guess I'm just gonna try and walk. Fuck it.
I beg your pardon. That's not what I said. You're putting words in that.
Ooh, you bitch. Okay. I am. Oh my god, how did you hit that? Ah! Damn. Oh my god. I keep getting fucking nabbed. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Think you're all that, don't you? Where is he, I wonder? Ooh.
Fuck! This is bad!
Draw no... Bitch, we are far past that. I tried.
Come out and I'll give you a less discount! You're dead now.
Okay, Vance, inside.
Oops.
Look for the camionette.
Okay, we are done with this pistol. It served us poorly. Ow. Hello, ma'am. There it is.
Don't let out!
Ah.
Grenades inbound!
Ah.
Get around her ass! I'll go! Great! Fuck! Get
Ah. How the fuck are you doing that? Stop that.
Grenade! Run!
His job is reconnaissance. Make no noise.
Buddy. Oh, are you kidding me? I think maybe I got them all. There's a blue somewhere, but who cares? Okay. What is that? Ooh. I think this one is probably not useful to jack in, but I mean, I guess I won't say no. Probably steal some money. And I like the little puzzle. Sir, could I loot your body, please? No? Okie doke. Oh, there's a purple thing stuck here. There it is. Just make sure there's no more clothing loot. That's my favorite kind. So I don't want to miss it. A Big Mac. Yippee! Oh boy! Nope, just components. Unhelpful. Undoubtable! Hello! I just, quote-unquote stealth missioned the fuck out of this. No need to check the tapes. How's your day been? How can I help it if they're incredibly hot and have amazing piercings? He looked at me and said, okay, do what I say. And I came on the spot.
I see what you see. No chatter.
Okay. Right as I was leaving to wind down for bed, well, I got Druid, lovely to have you. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good sleep.
Map of Pacifica. They hunt Agwe.
Who is they?
Can't deny hot piercings? That's what I'm saying.
They always out to focus.
Ah.
How bad's it look?
I do not know how much data they pull, but their map is not complete. They still not have source validation.
Okay.
Okay, so what's on me to do?
You must reach the agent. Easy now to find him. Look at the map. He is in cinema.
Step away now. This isn't your fight.
Mad.
What? Placide what?
God, pushed out. The runner know you are here. Hunt him.
My pleasure.
Can't just scorch him via the net. He's gotta be jacked into the van.
I cannot piece his protection. You must find him. Face him.
Okay. So what do I do once I find him?
I will tell you. The Asian man tries to cut you off. There is a gate behind the camionet. I will open it.
Thank you.
Okay, now to the second floor, the cinema.
Man, he really wants in. Glad I have this dude protecting my head. He seems pretty good at it. Components. Stuff. But Andy, how was your Friday? How was your how you feel your week winding down? Oh, well, I mean, you would know that best of all, wouldn't you, beautiful? Hey, bud.
You paid what you paid.
Eyes open now.
Appropriately.
What's going on?
You have company soon. Scan her right away.
That bad, huh?
She must have a weak spot.
No.
Wow.
Just saying, you need to hurry. So.
What are those? Interesting. Can I stealth kill her if I get close enough? Probably not, right? Oh, she's running. What do you mean? Was there a camera? Oh no. Ah. Or did I knock into something? What are those? Just a coffee machine. Distractions. Spooky. Spooky. How are you seeing me through all that? Genuinely, is there a camera I'm not noticing? Ooh. She's spooked. She's spooked. She's not noticing the obvious. Fucking impossible. That's impossible. Dude, stop. Cut it out. I don't want to avoid the fight, though. I'm not gonna lie. I would be kind of interested in whatever you're buttering me up for, you're probably going to get it. Yes! Yippee! Yippee! That makes sense.
Come at me!
Okay, I tried. I tried the stealth aspect. Ah! Oh, wow. Wow, that's extremely bad. swear they are a million miles away when they hit me. I swear. Oh, that pisses me off. Brighter days are ahead! Probably. Definitely! The busy times will come to an end, and you will have time to hang out and do fun things. Okay. What if I just shot you in the fucking head?
Bring it!
Let's trade out that for... Oh, that actually would be pretty useful. Well, 262, 66... I just never... Yeah, fuck it. Ooh. So I could install a mod. Thermal, tighter pellet spread. Sure. Woo!
You like that?
Oh shit. Yeah, that one definitely. That one definitely hit me. Oh my god, she Thor's hammered me. What the fuck? Oh, you're stuck on geometry. That is a damn shame. Oh, shit. Hi. Ow. Ow.
Ready for some fun?
Proceed. What's going on?
Try to scramble you. Keep focused.
Woo. Okay, avoided the brunt of it. Are you still at like full fucking health? Oh my god, she is. Okay. I am learning that I cannot kill her. Ah. Okay. No, I literally cannot outdamage her healing. I don't know. I don't know that the determination is gonna get me through this one. I think I gotta sneak past her, unfortunately. And she is fucking terrifyingly hot. But, I mean the fire. Definitely the fire. Nothing else. Wow, she kind of blind. Which, you know, you only may complain. No, no, no. Damn. You ever watch, what was the Fate series with Hercules in it? How are you seeing me? That's crazy. Brother. Well, that's not ideal. Ooh. Hey there, Hercules. Switch up your mods, too? I would need to go to a Ripper dock for that, wouldn't I? Oh, I could grab her fucking hammer. Maybe. It is crazy that you are just ripping this shit apart. That is crazy to me. Dude, I don't know how you do that, but quit it. It's right there. Let me at it. No. No. Nuh-uh. Haha. Significantly it prevents you from sprinting, dodging, and dashing. Huh. Sick. Sorry, I'm about to go beat your boss to death with your hammer. Is that chill? Is that cool? Are we alright with that? Can I save? No. Come on, go, 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 go on. Woo! Everything's fine. Everything is totally fine. Oh my god, I seriously can't sprint. Not that I thought I was lying, but like, it's fucked up. Okie dokie. No kidding, hostile area. Come here.
Invade him. We need access to their data. Clear? You must first.
Placide?
Okay, don't kill him right away, is what I'm getting. Probably knows I'm here.
Whoa, hey, easy.
What did you do?
Well, now we can talk in private.
Okay.
Just severed the connection to the rest of Pacifica. Gives us a little time.
Not really here to talk.
Didn't come all this way to talk.
Had a Spectre on you, didn't you? Saw and heard all you did. You followed his orders. No idea what the voodoo boys are paying you, but our pockets are deeper.
Not about money.
Think I'll just stick to my plan.
It's fair that he'd try and buy me out, and honestly, if I were any other merc, it'd work, but like... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, Dad's bad. Fucking net runners. Ah, you're still here. Goody. Hey.
Hey, V, you all right?
What happened?
What do you think? Voodoos were blowing smoke. You got duped.
Oh.
Made you their goddamn kamikaze drone. Guess that's your reward for lending him a hand.
I'm not about to put up with this shit.
Amen, sister. Let's head to Batty's and get this shit settled for good. Grumpy motherfucker. Hope he likes surprises.
Damn, it's always the hot ones that betray you. Always the hot ones I trust, too. Maybe a connection there. Anything useful? Nope. Nope. You keep redirecting me to the person responsible. I have to find another buyer for Relic? Oh. Seems like maybe there's more to you than met the eye. Sorry, man. That sucks. We're done with the hammer. We didn't end up getting to use it, but that's, you know, the way the cookie crumbles, I guess. Minus 3% crit chance, 12.5 recoil reduction. Oh, these are the same, they just look slightly different. Well, I like the look of this one more. Let's see. Install that, install that. Actually, I just took away your ricochet chance. Let's not do that. Magazine capacity. Sure. Oh, that's right. I have to, like, destroy the thing that's in there. Oh, I can't. Alright, whatever. Ah. Cool. Damn. Now I regret not learning more about him. So I guess the conversation probably wouldn't have lasted long. The kamikaze part of my kamikaze programming probably would have gone off. Hey, you out here? No, right? Okay.
Why not recharge on the
Hey guys!
Oh fuck! Les vivants!
Yeah.
You wish to talk to Placide? Is that what you want?
Yep.
Because I can take you.
Good.
Lead the way.
Rentrez.
No, actually, I'm not doing that. Where's Batty's Boat Hotel? Yeah, I'll just do that. I'm getting pretty good at hopping stuff with the bike, which is really satisfying every time. Ah, let me out of here.
Pas aucune façon de te casser vive.
And yet...
Placide. Where is the bastard?
Up the stair.
Yeah.
Placide, représentant aux vivants, bienvenue en bord.
I am getting increasingly sick of people thinking they can kill me.
I thought you dead.
Well, that was your plan, wasn't it? I outlive your need for me, you get me out of the picture. Flatline.
No, you are confused. Mosley messed with your head.
Fuck Mosley. Got eyes? I can see. I'm right, aren't I?
We lose the link. That was not our plan.
Saw you zero in agent tags. Don't tell me you didn't know what was going on. Don't tell me I didn't see what I saw.
You walk into Warzone. You got hit. It is that simple. I had to free my people. They are most important to me. We tried to save you, but Mosley, he was stronger than we think.
Your people? Who?
Brigitte and others. Netwatch hold her frozen in ice.
That's
So you
why.
see, this whole rotten job was in your interest. It was the only way you could talk with Brigitte.
Jesus. Might have been good to know that before you threw me into the fucking fire.
Assez. We must head under.
Oh, look, there she is. Safe.
This is not over. Netwatch will return.
Don't care.
I hope you will not lead her to the crypt. She is Ragnan, nothing special. You see these guns.
I saw them. Sorti Konya. Fait tout moun sorti.
You must be Brigitte. Hard woman to find.
You have something for me.
You know about the biochip, don't you?
Yes, and we must check its condition.
Don't unplug it. Whoa.
How much you know from my scans?
More than Placide, I'm sure.
You recognize the biochip because you've been looking for it.
We must examine you. If you survive the gym, it is at the chip's cost.
You want to dig around in my head? I don't know. Starting to have some trust issues with you guys.
You came to us in a bad time.
That's supposed to be an apology?
You will get apology when you say how much you want for the chip. If it is in good condition, of course.
Oh.
Biochip's not for sale. And you're not ripping it out of me. Thing was in shit shape already before I strolled into the gym.
It does not function.
Not that bad. Problem is, no one I've talked to can yank it out without risk of death. Seeing as you commissioned the thing's theft, figured you might know a way to help.
How do you know all this? How did you find us?
Evelyn Parker. Name ring a bell?
Ah, the doll. The whore. You found us because she led you to us. She has proved not completely useless after all.
Watch your tone.
Listen, can you help me or not?
Yes, of course, but not here. We will go to the crib, where you must give us access to the jeep. Once we have the data we need, we will do our best to help you.
Seriously, haven't done enough for you already.
There is no other way. To remove it, we must first examine it.
Because if you fuck up, you're left empty-handed? That it?
I gave my word. We will help you.
All right.
Then, after you. You guys sure seem to love this place.
She left too quick, but I'll let her know.
You don't give off a strong religious vibe.
We left our gods on Haiti, yet we are strong here without them.
Must be nice to be able to picture your gods as uncorruptible because you left them
This way.
behind.
So how come Placide didn't know about the biochip? He didn't recognize it in the scans.
Few of our people know about Konpeki Tower. But Placide, he is... your bête de bas.
Kinda dumb?
Where are we going?
Soon you will see.
Ah, awesome.
The Watcher did not notice the biochip in you. Strange.
Never gave him a chance.
Good. It would complicate our work.
I assume they would want it real
This
bad.
an old subway tunnel?
No, part of the transcontinental maglev system. When all states were connected. Like the net, it too crumbled after the war. Vieux courant.
Tout bagay pare. Nou ka komanse.
Bon. We take you into the cyberspace. No better place for you to interact with the construct.
I kind of already do that.
Guess all this means you got your own synth tech interface.
We have our own versions of all. We do not use anything from the city.
Okay, hang on. Want to know what you need Silverhand for first.
We wish to contact Alt Cunningham. We know she and Silverhand were close.
Alt?
The relic which Arasaka held close. It is our only lead.
Alt Cunningham. Heard of her.
Oh. Where? From who?
From Johnny. Though, granted, not much.
Johnny?
All right, V, guess you better tell her.
Tell her what?
About us.
Construct's active. Lets me and Johnny shoot the shit every now and then.
We will look at this, too.
What, you think I'm hallucinating? Found myself an imaginary friend?
Little is known of how an engram might exist within a human's neural network.
Tell you one thing. Doesn't shake out well for the human.
Okay. How we doing this?
What's your plan to contact Alt?
We tried to cut out a unique piece of Silverhand's engram from the biochip. Alt will know it. If something of the human is left after years beyond the Black Wall, she will answer.
Well, what? Said nothing about breaking through the Black Wall.
Well, now you know.
Direction connectée.
Connexion stable.
Johnny, looks like you're the bait. You okay with that?
Yeah, whatever. Just do what she says.
Huh.
What exactly do you want from Alt? All of you.
Alt, the only one, can give us safe passage past the Black Wall. When the change comes, we wish to be on the winning side.
The change?
When the Black Wall was built, everyone think the ice would be enough. Keep the wild AIs out, away. But technology advances. It cannot be stopped. And now, catastrophe come again. This is sure, and soon.
What the fuck
the
are we talking
corporations,
about?
they do not see the danger. But we will be ready.
The Black Wall. What is it, exactly? I mean, I know.
You know only what the Netwatch tell you. The final bastion against the post-war AIs. The great victory of humanity over chaos.
That would be your Saturday morning Netwatch propaganda.
But the Black Wall is an AI itself. The boundary condition let nothing pass through, either way. If the AIs thought like people, they would call it a traitor.
Okay.
Let's do this.
Tout le monde qui parle protéger lui.
Et on avec Jean-Pierre.
Okay. What now?
Il paraît.
Johnny?
Barré plongé.
She's coming in here from the comfort of a chair. I'm gonna wake up without my kidneys. I just know it. Hi. Hi, Brigitte. Brigitte.
Where are we?
This is our BBS, Data Fortress. Bridge to the deep net.
Huh.
So, what now?
We can begin. All is ready. We enhance your link to Silverhand's neural network for a short time to grab the fragment. We must find the data on Alt. Alt alone. This should only take...
Brigitte? What's happening?
Oh. Are the three of us fused?
We'll never fade away!
What the fuck, man?
The fuck, Holmes? Out of line! Way out! What next? Where are you gonna take it? Gonna drag a corporal rat on stage, make him kneel, douse him with gas, then light him up?
Maybe.
Hey!
It's not your band. You're no solo act.
Over here!
Johnny!
Get a crash, man! You kinda are, though. Only one to have a problem with me.
Cause everyone else has had it up to here. They're done thinking they can get through to you. You're fucking whacked.
You know exactly why I do it.
No, nuh-uh. To piss Arasaka off enough so they'll give you a case of deep muscle lead poisoning?
But I'm the only one with a vision. So unless you got a better one, like I said, go fuck yourself! Fuck.
Is it the concert or Carrie?
Said you weren't coming tonight. Not if I can help it.
Changed my mind, lover. Look at you, all hot and bothered.
Incredible. Fucking incredible. Jesus. I mean, I think we all knew Johnny wants a woman to beat the shit out of him. I think we all could have guessed this. Are we about to get banned off Twitch? Yeah? Concerning. No? I feel... normal things are happening, I'm sure. They're just, like, stretching. Intensely. That's probably fine. Toes.
Goodness
Sorry.
gracious me. A damn shame that's that.
Always gotta shit all over it, don't you? Any moment that might actually feel good.
Your moment. Why the hell not? You can be such a bastard sometimes, Johnny.
Things were swimming. What? Change your mind? Eats at my gut. 'Cause you knew what you were signing up for.
Look, if you were just another charismatic, narcissistic douche canoe running around after his dream with his head up his ass, I couldn't care less.
But?
It's all a lie. That concert, Samurai, all of it. A ginormous fiction. You're not a rocker boy, Johnny, face it. Ought to join the wired wackos on the corners, frothing at the mouth as they scream death to Arasaka.
Huh, I get it. Like to fix your men, huh? Not the first to try, believe me.
Honestly, I've got better things to do. Just hoped I'd help you realize you're deluding yourself. And the doing anything about it, that's on you.
You're confused. We came here to fuck each other's brains out, not analyze mine. You're afraid. You and Carrie both. Cowards. I alone have the balls to stand up to Arasaka, and boy, that terrifies you. All of you.
Of course, Johnny S. Misunderstood by all Night City. That's it. That's the problem.
Think we're done for the day, so you can fuck off.
See, I thought...
You're fucking hopeless.
You don't know fuck all about me. This is all we have, all we are.
You can't force Johnny to not be an asshole even if you choose to do nothing.
Got somewhere to be.
Silverhand! Hey! Good noise, chum.
Shoots round when a couple are done.
Save it. I don't know for who.
Can't kill because there's words. Blaze away. Down
Playing
the rebel
again
path.
tomorrow.
Uh-huh. Let's get out of here.
Join us for a drop, Silver Rocker. Fuck off.
Whoa, a short fuse on this one, huh?
Go, run!
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Let go of me! Johnny!
Ah!
No!
Huge problem. I think I perhaps wasn't supposed to die there. Or maybe I was. Don't know. Hard to tell.
Fuck off! Let me alone! Johnny! Let go of me!
Ah, so she didn't walk out necessarily. Something really bad happened. Though, by all rights, she should have.
Really did you, didn't they?
Can I help you? That fucking Neo? Oh.
Come on, rise and shine.
Hello.
Been a while, Johnny boy.
Milt.
How long'd you say? 2 weeks since I last cobbled you up?
Where's Alt?
Where's who?
Woman who was with me.
He brought you and you alone.
Fuck, they grabbed her. Nobody saw it?
Ask your savior. Said his name was Thompson.
Arasaka, wasn't it?
It's always Arasaka with you.
'Cause it always is Arasaka.
We gotta talk.
All right. It's spit and glue, but she's holding tight. Get some rest. Even a few hours. Let the stitches set at least.
Uh-huh.
Johnny. Yeah, fuck it. You won't listen anyway.
So talk.
They wanted her. You was just home.
And you just stood there, dick in hand, gawking and dreaming of tomorrow.
Would've shredded us both if I jumped in. You see the guy's reflexes? Course not, he was that fast. Tech like that, you don't find in a dumpster.
So, what are you after? Chasing down a story? Fresh for the scream sheets? That why you scraped me up off the pavement?
Nah, had my story. But then some cats tossed her in the back of a van and sped off. You, aim to do something about it? She was your output, wasn't she?
Not your fucking business.
Crazy that that's an option. To be
Not
like,
sure,
no, it's
huh?
about me. It's definitely
Yeah.
about me.
Heard there was tension, sort of goings-on. Honestly, could not care less about your fluttering hearts and loins. I want to know why Arasaka bagged her.
Alt's kidnapping. It's
Oh, I
collateral
have to say that.
shit. They swiped
Crazy.
her to get at me.
Crazy.
You even know what she does for a living? Girl's one of the best runners around.
So, one of how many? No. Only linked to Arasaka's the fact
Jesus
that Johnny
Christ,
Silverhand's
Jonathan.
boning her.
And she's been working for ITS lately. Wrote some real smooth black ice for them. Not to be duped in either sense of the term. Arasaka wants her. Abduction was a standard intercorp extraction. Nothing more.
Hang on. Alt was gonna meet you tonight.
Mm-hmm. Said she could use my help. Wasn't kidding. Sokka tried this before, you know. Except Alt got lucky. Slipped through their mantis blades.
Telling me she was afraid, and she went to you.
Yeah. And frankly, I'm starting to see why.
Okay, so what are they after?
Soul Killer, an AI. Sound familiar at all?
Of course. Urban legend with the shittiest name ever.
It's no legend. Soul Killer's real. And your Chumbas at Arasaka just hired the runner who wrote it.
Oh.
Take that in. Sokka with Soul Killer to do with as it pleases. Grim, my man. You even imagine that, Rocker? Arasaka will be unstoppable. Soul Killer will flatline any runner who comes close to even trying to scratch its ice. Seen it happen. Not an iota of physical damage. Nervous system or anywhere else. No sound, no fury, no stench. Just all of a sudden, brainwaves cut out. As if someone pulled the plug. Or ripped the soul from the body in question.
What a steaming load of shit. Let's go.
Okay. What's your take then? I'm all ears.
Oldest, tritest tale in the world. Arasaka was out to provoke me. And it worked.
Jesus, man, you're pathetic.
So what'll it be? Coming with?
Where to?
Arasaka Tower. To grab Alt. Right back.
Just you and me? You out of your fucking mind?
Swing by the Atlantis on the way. Got some chooms there.
I'll be in the car. Can't wait too long, though.
You'll wait as long as you need to. Where the hell's Rogue? Sit. Stay.
What?
Silverhand.
What?
Got an IOU here with your autograph on it.
No.
Ooh, so I've been on your mind?
Is this not upstairs? Where's upstairs?
And definitely don't wash it down with Chutu.
Create a
Fucking
super
fuck.
weapon like no one ever has
Johnny,
seen, and Arasaka
Give me a
wants
hand
it.
here.
What?
Heard you weren't talking to me.
Dunno. Seem to be talking to you.
No, but me though. What the fuck? Oh, punch the vending machine. I thought I was
How about
punching
now?
her.
Now you can go fuck yourself.
Sure.
You know who he was talking to. I need a name, just one.
I wish I could remember. I do.
Johnny.
This enough to refresh things for you?
How's things, Engels?
Got a private meet going on in there.
Sure.
Rogue back there too?
Yeah, just...
Yeah, private meet, so you said. Promise to be super unobtrusive.
I bet I won't be.
God, I hate this fucking town. Johnny.
Hi.
Don't know you.
That's no problem. Just as long as everyone else knows Johnny Silverhand.
Need your help.
We're waiting for a client. One who values discretion.
Mm-hmm. So much so, he himself didn't show.
No point in sitting here, then.
You still mad about that thing?
What thing, Johnny? That you fucking lied to my face? Put my peeps on the line? Or that you were fucking 3 other women behind my back before we were through?
I got a job. That's it. Urgent, but I got the euro.
How much?
Butt out. This isn't your biz.
Is now. Rocker just pulled out his wallet.
Don't you get it? He's not here about any damn job. He's fucking with me.
Oh, maybe she is perfect for me.
You'll be smarter. Take your eddies up front. So, how much, Rocker?
Pays double your standard rate.
Triple it. And you come with us now. Because if she doesn't trust you, neither do I.
Fine.
Deal.
That it is. Urgent indeed.
Shit, Johnny. Didn't notice you had a fucking tail?
Mr. Silverhand, you're coming with us.
Sure. Let me just finish this.
Only one way to go. Aren't you Mr. Popular?
Ready or not, here they come.
Hey, cover! Leave a little for me.
It cannot be!
Ow!
Get
Fuck.
into position!
Pull back!
Ow, shit. Ah. Always in the flashbacks, I feel fucking invincible, and it's just not the way the game wants you to feel in that moment. I feel way more vulnerable because I don't have my fucking health tonics or anything.
Aren't you Mr. Popular? Hilo? Is this real? Who'd you piss off this time, Johnny? I'm impressed. Seriously. Cover me! Reloading!
I was also reloading.
Go, go, go!
Cover you!
Gotta admit, been missing this.
It'd be cool if you were talking about me and not the murder.
Yes, fucking own it! Get back!
Oh my god.
Elevator now! Need to blow out of here, and quick! Hey, leave a little for me!
No. No. I won't.
Sons of bitches.
Elevator, quick! You wanna play? With me? Come on!
It's gonna take much longer.
Got trouble in heaps.
There'll be more at the bottom. Bet you thou.
We're parked outside. You coming?
Thompson's waiting for me in the car.
Who?
Media, you wouldn't know it.
Do we really need him?
Cover you!
Thanks.
Let's get the hell away.
I'll be right behind you.
Oh, we phased through that. That was hmm.
Our company, on our ass.
Arasaka!
Yeah, that's fair.
If they hit the car, we're fucked.
Well, I'll do my best to make sure they do not.
Not half bad, Dad. Now what?
Gotta lose him, quick. Next right, take it.
You hanging in?
Sure.
I think we're clear of them.
I'll park somewhere. Chat.
There's smoke. This virus.
All right, so who we gotta pull out of Arasaka?
Alt Cunningham, net running from ITS.
Oh. Yeah.
The tower. What's it taking her there?
This gets better by the minute. How you want to play this? Either of you gonks got a plan?
That's why I came to you.
Distract him. Make some noise.
Nance, she'll know how to draw a crowd. Call on her. Set up right under Arasaka's windows and crank it loud. Blast the pains out. It'll be a gig to remember.
We do not as yet have word on the exact number of people hurt in the riot. But our reporters are on the scene at Arasaka Tower. And they all agree. A psychoactive agent has been dispersed at the site, affecting those in the crowd.
All right. You recording this whole thing?
Uh-huh. Why? Want to say a few words to the folks at home?
Do what you gotta do. Just stay out of my way.
Thompson. Know him well?
No, why's it matter?
Don't like the guy? Don't trust him. And medias are bad luck.
What?
Bad luck. Say someone finds a tape later. A tape of us breaking into Arasaka Tower.
Worry about that if we make it out.
Come on, we don't have much time.
Mainframe. Gotta find the mainframe.
Great.
Ready or not?
Go, go, go! We've got heavy.
Got the whole fucking lot!
Give me a sec. I'll get it open. Cover me.
Ah, I guess he is helpful.
Let's finish this quick. Get ready. Before headed our way.
I see us! It cannot be!
Ready or not, here they come.
She has combatiblen!
That went well.
Taking fire!
Things are about to get messy.
Turn down! Take their position! Attack! Come on side! Got it! That's it! Enemy contact!
Yeah?
Gotta be around here.
Watch out! This is our success.
They're in country for us! Be careful!
This is it.
Fucking door falling so thick. Solutions, anyone?
Let me try.
Damn.
Son of a bitch!
Oh. Yeah, that'd be good.
Try this.
Now I see why we brought him along.
Right? He's becoming more useful by the fucking minute. Oh.
3, 2, 1.
Perfect.
Ah.
Unit lost!
Woo!
Back in it in a sec! Cover me! I'm reloading!
You ain't dead. Suck it up.
God, what the fuck are you made of?
Good, good. Keep that up.
There you are.
Pull it!
Okay.
Too late. I would advise you not to disturb her.
What'd you do to Alt?
I put her to work on a project of a lifetime.
Get out of my way.
Yeah.
Hey, you hear me? Alt.
Is she?
Alt, come on, don't do this.
Ah.
Fuck!
Fuck.
Johnny.
The hell are you doing? Are you still rolling?
This is all we can do now, my man.
Won't change her. She's not.
Johnny! Stop that! You have to kill him? We gotta go.
The music is very, very good.
Johnny! She's dead.
Well, spit it out before you burst.
Never even told me half that about Alt.
Really? Any examples?
I don't know. That you were a couple, that she rode Soul Killer, that she's dead. How the hell is she supposed to help us now? As a ghost?
She's not dead. Managed to escape.
I saw the body.
Alt fled. Into the net.
When'd you find out?
When she made contact a little later.
And? What did she say?
That she was a captive in the Arasaka subnet. But they couldn't hurt her. And she told me not to come looking for her.
So, what did you do?
Got my hands on 2 thermonuclear charges.
Then headed back to Arasaka Tower. And Rogue went with you. Again.
I paid her well.
Said it yourself, she was the best. Had her pick of contracts. But for some strange-ass reason, she took a job from a rocker with a death wish. A rocker, forever getting his ass beat by Arasaka.
Different times, kid. Back then, mercs didn't normally sell out to corpse. All you had to do was yell, "Let's fuck up Arasaka," and every last one of them jizzed their pants. Rogue included.
Voodoo boys think they know where she is. Beyond the Blackwall.
Where nobody can touch her.
And Brigitte's primed to go there. Break through. Just to contact Alt. Talk to her.
Ka-ching.
A moment.
Yeah, it's amazing how much your confidence wanes when you drop a nuke on them and it doesn't really do anything.
Sure felt like more than a moment. Saw a good chunk of Johnny's life. And Alt.
It is possible. Data connected to Alt are linked to a strong memory trace in the construct. Very strong. These memories must have evoked a powerful emotional response, then projected onto your consciousness.
Emotion, yeah. Plenty of that. Construct, what kind of shape's it in?
Enough data is uncorrupted to convince Alt it is authentic.
What the hell's that mean? So, did it work?
Yes. We extract the necessary fragment of Silverhand's engram. We are ready now to make contact with Alt. First, we must dive deeper.
Jesus.
Beyond, there are no borders.
Who are these guys?
Beyond the Black Wall. Few have gone through to the other side, and none have yet returned. She will be the first.
So, actually, you got no idea what's beyond that thing.
But we will know soon.
And these shapes I'm seeing.
Wild, unfettered AI, searching for a passage.
I held up my end of our deal. Your turn. Before you pass through that wall, I want Johnny's psyche removed.
We will not pass through. You will take the code to the other side.
Fuck. Might have guessed. Never had any intention of helping me, did you?
It does not matter anymore. You will bring all to its end.
I feel like I...
Don't got much for options, do I?
Ali.
Jesus.
How do I get to the other side? Rashid?
Just like that. Maybe. Talk to Alt. So I am here?
Alt?
Johnny.
Kind of.
You cannot remain here.
Alt Cunningham.
Alt? What's going on?
Okay. I think she just killed most of those guys.
We will talk here.
Relax. Let me handle this.
Johnny.
Came through the Black Wall to meet me. That mean we're good? Things are chill between us?
I have recognized your engram code, but I do not know why you are here.
To give you a chance to pay me back for getting you out of Arasaka Tower. V, this is Alt. Best net runner Night City's ever seen. Alt, this is V. You need to save her life.
The chip, the relic. It's killing me. Construct on its worming its way through my neural system.
I see this, but why is it my problem?
Why the fuck isn't it? You created Soul Killer. You handed Arasaka a fucking super weapon that dismantled me, you, and half the runners in Night City.
Your death was of your own making.
Jesus, Alt, I dove in after you. Gonna tell me now this ain't your problem?
It is not. The Alt Cunningham you strove to save in Arasaka Tower no longer exists.
Yeah.
This should be obvious to you, as you were responsible for her death.
Who are you?
If you're not Alt, who are you?
I use her engrammatic data.
Really? You find this icy bitch aspect in there too?
This seems like a lot of not my problem.
Okay, I get it. You hate Johnny's guts, but what about me?
I cannot help you.
Can't or won't?
Can't. To attempt to do so, I would need access to more advanced technology.
What? But it's your tech. You created Soul Killer.
The program I created has little in common with how Arasaka has since repurposed it.
Fine, so how about Mikoshi? That advanced enough for you?
If I could gain access to Mikoshi, it would cease to exist.
Good, we can work with that. We'll get you inside Mikoshi and you'll help V, deal?
Best runner Night City's ever seen can't bust into Mikoshi on her own?
I am a well-known threat there. They have a layer of black ice with my name on it. Literally.
Kinda like a custom-made prison jumpsuit.
I refuse to be caged in there ever again.
I see.
What can you do for me, exactly? Everyone I've met so far says I'm too far gone.
By everyone, you mean Hellman? Saburo's personal ass munch?
With the Soul Killer resident inside Mikoshi, I will create a construct of you, then disentangle your neural network from Johnny's. I shall then inject your engram back into your mortal form.
Oh my god.
So, you'll save my life, but flatline me along the way.
Your consciousness, neural engrams, will be recorded as data. The rest will cease to exist.
The rest?
The soul. I did not grant the program its name, but Soul Killer does precisely what it promises to do.
Christ, I don't want to listen to this bullshit. V just hops back into her body, right? Nothing changes.
Everything changes. You know this well.
What do you know?
Great, so we got a plan.
But how will you reach Mikoshi? I've created armies that failed to breach it.
They were children of the net. There's your problem. We're banking on the human factor. We'll crack a window, slip you into Mikoshi.
So, we agreed?
Yes, we are agreed. Find a path into Mikoshi. I shall prepare a program to help you navigate the local net.
How will I contact you once I'm ready?
This is a BBS address. It will be our secure communication channel.
Voodoo Boys, what about them?
They shall let you pass unharmed. Those were our terms.
Oh, you're having a simultaneous conversation with them. Sick. Yeah, this is fucking, Soma all over again.
So you
they
managed
didn't
to
die.
survive.
Be interesting to see how your deal with Alt works out. Won't be easy to dupe her. And I'm not sure you guys know another way to operate.
You dare now to lecture me?
Think I'd rather give you your due. That'll have a better shot.
Enough. Alt can protect you in her realm, but here and now, you are in mine.
Getting really sick of people thinking they can use me. Really sick of it.
Actually, was just on my way out.
Whatever Alt's deal with them is, I'm not gonna be the one to get in the way of it. They can get themselves fucked all on their own. Oh, you again.
Gotta be pretty disappointed
With what?
that you can't zero me after all.
It is out of my hands.
That the biochip?
Oh yeah.
No. Third trimester cramping.
Ha ha ha. Joke away. But you look pretty spent.
Fuck!
That was your ticker. Sit and rest. Don't need you flatlining while we got a job to do.
Blah, blah, blah. Fuck Arasaka, blah, blah. Smash Mikoshi.
You really are turning into me.
Might be right.
We're bickering like a shriveled old married couple. It's time we let up. Let a little trust take hold.
Got no idea where I'm going. Be a living legend. That's all I wanted. Feels like I'm barely surviving.
Test of a person's true value? Death. Facing it. Staring it down. You still got a chance to be somebody.
Yeah. Maybe. What was it like when you died?
What's on top of the world? Failure not an option, not a thought. Till it happened. Death feels real now. It's only now I know it.
Now. Had half a century to come to terms.
Mikoshi felt, I don't know, like sleep? Lacked awareness, had no sense of passing time. Didn't mark it. Did what they wanted to me. I just remember cold, a black void, fear. Or was that your death?
No. Think I get why you detest the place.
Shouldn't exist. Of all the destruction and pain corpse wreak round the world, what happens at Mikoshi is worst.
Worse because it
why?
happens to you?
They can change who you are. Turn you into someone else without you even knowing it.
Yep, goddamn right. Corps have already taken the world for their own. Now they're coming for us.
Realize what you're doing to me is what Arasaka's doing at Mikoshi.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm gonna fix it.
Well, at least you know.
Let's move. Get back to work.
Let's do.
Well, that was very bad. Can I help you?
Can you hear me? Loud and clear. Whoever you are.
Good. It worked. My name is Sammy. Just call me Sandra. I know who you are. Know your situation, your problem. And I can save your life.
Alright, Songbird. Got my full attention.
Glad to hear that. You must have questions, and I'll answer them in due course, shortly. But first, I need you to get to that swollen appendix in Night City called Dogtown.
Dogtown. City within Night City. Know of clans who tried to establish footholds on the black market there. Never managed to stake any claims. Hell, some plane never made it back.
Their mistake. One year.
Fine. No clue what I'm stepping into, but no risk, no reward.
Thank you. I appreciate this, truly.
Who the fuck is this?
Dogtown's main gate. Be there as soon as you can. I'll make contact again.
This is one elaborate haze. Or a fucking lifeline.
Is that the DLC calling out to me? Feels like it, right? It is. Right? Because the other thing's gone now. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Also, we have a raid? Wah! Ah! Why the fuck don't the notifications tell me? Main cow! I'm sorry my model is not working right now, so you just deal with the Fugi. But how are you? How was your stream? Oh my god. Hold on. Let me make the game do the thing. You, play music, game. Game, do the thing. Entertain the people. Moth, lock it in. Lock it in. I'm trying. Ah, that's annoying. I'm sorry I didn't notice for so long. It's your beans from the milk clubs. Boosting your dreams? If I had a nickel for every fucking VTuber who tries to invade my dreams, I'd have 2 fucking nickels. Well, Mean Cow, thank you so much for choosing me for your raid. I hope you had a great stream. If you got a raid and run, I totally get it. Hi everyone, I'm a moth cryptid punk. I know, very original. We're all excited about it. In any case, I hope you enjoy the rest of your night. What were you chatting about?
To all nearby units, suspicious activity reported in Pacifica.
Nothing.
What? In Pacifica? No way. Copy, dispatch. I'm en route.
All units in the area, order has been restored. All units instructed to return to patrol.
That's so cute. I love your little cow emotes. I'm sorry, I keep looking over. That's such a cute snuggle emote. That's probably fine. Hi.
Out of my fucking way, now! No can do.
Who the fuck are you guys?
What you got in the back?
The usual. Implant boxes, Zeta Tech.
Fucking hardcore looking.
Whole city be drowning in fate.
This is Kurt Hansen.
Look, I'm just a June driving box.
What now?
What?
Rule 1.
Can I help you?
No NCPD. Badges will get a bullet to the brain. Rule 2. No corpse. You're just not welcome.
Ah! That's extremely bad! And then our fucking brain explodes. Oh.
What the? It's like someone shoved my head in a place.
You're gonna
Hey.
be okay. Breathe deep.
It doesn't
Count to 10.
feel like it.
Recite a mantra. Whatever brings calm, helps you stabilize. Your nervous system took a big hit. Broke down. Racing heart, cold sweat. It'll pass.
Fuck you doing? This a trap?
Exact opposite. It's a helping I know about the bomb ticking in your head. If I could disarm it now, I would in a heartbeat.
Why?
You'll feel better any second now.
V, something stinks here. Think she's fucking with the relic.
She definitely is.
How in the...
All true, Johnny. But don't you fret. We're both safe.
Nah, fuck
Both
off.
of us on the biochip protocol at once can trigger shocks for V, like you just saw
Whoa.
now. Gotta cut you off.
What
For your safety, for VC.
She replaced Johnny? Okay, so you're not real either. Nobody else can see
Had to
you.
mute him for now. He hears you fine, just can't talk back.
Starting to put 2 and 2 together. You gotta be a net runner. Damn good one at that.
Guilt is charged. Hopped on the Relic's cognitive protocol to dial in. I see and hear what you do. Just now, I am on board Space Force One, sitting
What?
right across from Rosalind Myers, President of the new United States of America.
The fuck?
The president. Fuck. No, you're not joking.
Dead serious, yes. The plane's been hacked. Trajectory set for Night City. They'll bring us down to Dogtown soon. Our comms are down, most likely jammed. The Relic was my only option.
What the fuck?
Right now, you're our one contact on the ground.
Plane got hacked, right? You're a runner. Can't override?
I could. All I need is 24 hours, the right setup, and a bottomless pot of coffee. None of that's available just now.
Heavy shit. Am I really your one contact?
You're my last and only hope. The President's life, her safety, that's your top priority.
It's not.
She'll survive the landing. Dogtown, not so sure.
Oh.
You'll need to get her out of the plane before anyone else does.
Mentioned you could help me?
Said you could help me. That the plain truth?
Just got a taste of my abilities, I believe. There's more. I can cure you. Once and for all.
How?
Can't know how much I'd really love to believe you, but...
I know, V. You've hit a dead end. Nowhere to turn. Been there. Believe me. Consider this, an advance. Your relic's crowded with clusters of corrupted data. I'm done with that. Making room for stuff that'll actually be handy.
Such as?
Some pre-Militech combat stuff. It's just lying around, gathering dust.
Oh. New perk tree. Crazy. Okay.
Feel it tingling in my fingertips. Kinda nice, actually.
Oh, it goes a lot further than tingling, trust me.
Promise? Sorry.
Now listen, what I gave you is the skeleton soft, but the firmware's fancy. It'll learn, grow with you. It'll improve if you feed it data. Combat analyses, logs of legendary ops. Shit that make the NCPD piss its boots. Look around Dogtown.
Gotta get there first.
Main entrance is a no-go. You don't have an entry pass, and I don't have time to produce a fake. You'll slip in the back way, quiet as you can. We really don't need
I hope you
anyone spotting
could slip in
scanning
my
you.
back. What? Okay.
Guess so. After you.
But first, what the fuck did you just do? Unlock new. Dismembering an enemy or performing a finisher with Master Mantis Blades will charge the next leap attack. Oh, crazy. Improves optical camo cyberware. Oh. During combat, you can now detect vulnerabilities in enemy armor and cyberware. Hitting vulnerabilities gives 100% crit chance. Armor penetration. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Some crazy Mantis Blade abilities and the ability to turn invisible. Damn. That's kind of sick. Oh, this is... Oh. Crazy. Okay. So, Mantis Blades will let you do a crazy leap a bunch of times. And has a 30-meter longer reach. Charge them up. Shockwave. Overcharged projectile launch system. Which is a burst of 5. And the Monowire now has a dedicated slot for control quick hacks. Okay, the Monowire seems kind of fucking crazy, but I just love the idea of the huge fucking Mantis Blade leap. And I assume you can only have one. Jeez. Well, that's pretty sick. Damn. Sorry. Damn. Sorry.
I'll be right beside you, as much as I can. Garage. There, past the fence. See it? Smugglers used to use it. Now it's your turn. Try to sneak in. Maybe distract the guards. I don't know. Something.
Why can't I take control of these? I have enough. Target not hackable. That's fine. Got it. Let me out! Let me out! Smooth one-liner, by the way. I be doing those. I am intensely lame. But it is occasionally really fun. Damn, this knife is no longer really that handy. Oh, there are attachments for the sniper. Okay, I feel crazy. Do I not really have any of those? Huh. I guess not. Okay, we have our machine gun pistol, our sniper rifle, and... I guess I could use this, but like, fucking hell. I don't like this pistol just because it shoots like a couple fucking times. But this is a worse pistol, I guess, so I won't fuck with it. I just need something with a silencer on it, honestly. That's why I loved the knife so much.
Hello? Anyone here?
Oh, no, 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 no. Come here, come here, come here.
Someone shot me!
Woo! That's fine.
Great. Now in you go. Look for a net access point. Jack in that, and I'll be able to help you. You should be one level lower. Eyes peeled. Look for a way down.
Ah.
Now, look for a maintenance room. Bet anything you'll find a
Stop
power source
that.
inside.
You cretin. Ooh.
Got an access point, but no power.
See if you can restore it. It's the only way it can be of any use to you.
Okay.
Turn something on.
Nice, V. Exactly what we need.
All right.
Okay, we're up.
Perfect. Bridging systems now. Ancient, no, proto-ancient protocols. Largely corrupted data. Give me a sec. Need to ping one of our SATs. Let's see which
Sure.
active Dogtown network links to this infrastructure. And putting in a backdoor.
Sure, just use
Ready
your
to roll.
satellite. Why not? Ah. You're doing that for flair.
Hop on the platform.
I know
I'll
it
guide
doesn't
to the
help you.
garage from there.
I know you're imaginary.
Hang
I
on.
see your ass.
Okay, relic hack first, then you slap the muzzle on Johnny, now you bring some pile of scrap metal back to life? Serious trickery. Oh, who taught you?
B, I'm an NUS intelligence analyst. Trained under the best geeks in the biz. And they took me on because around age 13, I got the local Ripper to sell me a beat-up old deck. Rarely left an end since. I got noticed. The rest is history.
I see.
I got a feeling story's incomplete. Likely longer, more twisted.
Might be.
I didn't like that.
Apologize up front for the query, but I gotta ask. Konpeki Plaza heist. Why?
Konpeki was pure ambition. Sometimes you hit a rut in life. Want to blaze your way out. Do something you'll be remembered for. Set my sights too high, I guess.
Yeah, I know the feeling. But ambition, confidence, they're not bad in themselves.
No, their human toll can be.
Maybe.
Fuck. Where am I supposed to be? Ah. Cruising for a bruising there, rat.
What the?
Ah! Ow. My
You alive?
knees. Yeah, just
Think so.
damn.
Need to hang tight for a sec.
It's a spooky ass level.
Must have gotten old by now. Hauling a faded rocker boy around. Strikes me as tiring.
Not a Silverhand fan, are you?
Please. Samurai was done by their second album.
Ooh, hot takes. You can hear that. We love the sass. Ooh. Mostly stuff I would never wear, but I like collecting. Who are you? I see. Okay.
Oh, shit!
What?
V? President Myers wishes you the best of luck.
Thanks, President Myers. Oh, I died. She distracted me. She distracted me. Max! Oh my god, you flirt. I am doing lovely. Phantom Liberty, yeah! I got led by the nose to it after I did the Voodoo Boys thing. And they shoved me through a wall.
President Myers wishes you the best of luck.
Yeah, that was bad luck last time.
Nice. Tell Madam President I said, hey.
You got it. I'll laid out the details of our plan. Typical Rosalind. Keep me apprised, she says calmly.
Apprised.
Just sitting there, sipping her gin, looking through her agenda, postponing meets. Woman's unshakable.
Probably too fucking doped up to realize the danger. Sorry. I have fine and normal opinions about political powers. Woo! This is my first playthrough. I know perhaps going through the DLC on your first playthrough is not necessarily...
Quite as the city-side
Oh,
metro, huh?
I was worried you were someone else.
Reminds me of when I was starting out.
The ideal route, but here I am.
Set up a power bypass, jack in, essentially steal my way onto the net. Grab the riskiest gigs I could find, learn them as I went. The hard way, usually. But sometimes, a few times, I really pulled off coups.
Anything I'd find on BBS gossip feeds.
Biotechnica in 63 or 4. Fermentation facility in Oregon, off the grid hack. Sound familiar?
I want to react to that. I wanna.
No shit, that was you? Only the best reach that high. Talking Spider-Murphy, Bart Moss, Songbird. Nah.
Perfect on your first
Nick's not
playthrough, it's
setting
so
off
good.
buzzers.
Hell yeah.
If I'd wanted fame, I'd have gone rocker shit. Hang on. Careful. They know you're here, might be looking.
Yeah, I did sort of fail the stealth attempt in. Damn, Barghest is really fucking spooky looking as far as these gangs go. Ooh. We're just gonna chill right past you unless you notice me.
Elevator. Hop in. I'll do the rest.
Okay.
You'll be in Dogtown in a minute. Try to steer clear of Hansen's goons.
Doing my best.
Speaking of Kurt Hansen, what else do you know about him?
Hansen was an officer. Militech. Tail end of the Unification War, his unit was tasked with taking Night City. They managed to secure a foothold in the southmost pocket and stuck around. Refused to demobilize, lay down their weapons, abandoned Dogtown instead.
Traded one conflict for another, basically.
Oh, so they
Hot
are
or
ex-Militech
No better way
raised.
to make a buck than war.
Huh. Yeah. What kind of view you're playing? Netrunner? Ninja? Very, very, I like the hacks, so I definitely do a lot of that kind of thing. I also like the knives, so that kind of thing.
Stairs, through storage.
Though currently my
You should pop
guns
into the
have
market.
out-leveled my knife ability, so I haven't had one equipped in a sec, but I'm hoping I find a better one soon. Like, I guess I could replace this, actually, now that I think about it. I have this hammer, but I am not strong enough to be using it. I really like this knife. Actually, should I switch for the knife? Ah! Steampunk Killer! That's a fucking kick-ass name. What the fuck? See, why did this raid give me the sound alert and the other one didn't? That's fucked up. Thank you for choosing me as your raid target. I'm Moth. I'm a cryptid punk VTuber. It's just if I do Steam, right, that you kill me. the regular punk you're chill with, right? Also cyberpunk concerned. So close. So close. Having a good stream, and thanks. I'm fine with both. Let's go. Oh, you were also playing Cyberpunk. Hell yeah. This is my first playthrough, so be gentle with me. But how do you feel about it? Is it like one of your favorite games? Are you replaying it? Steampunk Killer sent me. That is how raids work. That is how that often goes. But thank you for keeping me informed. I don't think I can block with a knife. And I got the missile deflection thing, but that kind of doesn't matter if you can't block with it. We'll stick with our old loadout. No, I lied. I want my knife too badly, I miss it. I guess I could do the cocktail stick. Oh, and it also goes with optical camo, like the other DLC thing I just got. Okay, I'm doing it. Invisible hacky net runner with the hot pink katana? Tell me less. Tell me less. Oh god! I'm sorry if you got stuck in an ad. Follow. Okay, we're continuing. Wow. Hi. This is incredibly sick. Hi. Sell anything fancy?
Collection. Ain't scared something will go off on its own.
I'm jacked into all of them. Feedback loop, cohesive connections, and all that. Chill.
I'm chill.
All of these are your peripheries? Not afraid of an overload?
Me? Afraid? No, wait. Maybe.
Sure, man.
Anywho, don't want the gear to get cold now, do we? Hey, check out this bad boy. Rostovich DB2 Satara. The word is, this cube named Brick owned it.
Where'd you get that piece?
Is that a fucking Cyberpunk Edge Runners reference?
Never reveals their sources. I'm all about the lost, the found, and the kicking. Make all your lethal
He's all
dreams
about
come
me.
true.
Ad hit so I can't hear you? I know. Okay, actually, whoa, I don't have any money? How the fuck does that happen? Or is he just selling everything at a crazy price? He is selling everything at a crazy price. Damn. Oh, and he's selling a bunch of cool, really unique stuff. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's... Okay. Well, I'm selling non-iconic things. Because I'm a collector at heart. First off, sell junk. And then... Yeah, we'll sell. I could sell this. I'm genuinely never going to use it, but I can't bring myself to do it. Clothes, I also have a hard time selling. It's drip or drown, I guess. Attachments, I'll sell anything that's not purple. Why not? Well, actually, the blue ones might come in handy. I'll sell all this. Same with you. Okay. Now, what do you... Oh my god, it's so expensive. How do I have no fucking money? What did I spend it all on? I will definitely be back to your establishment, good sir. Okay. Yeah, awesome. Very awesome. Bye, man. And then let's re-equip the actual fancy one.
This is Kurt Hansen.
Start putting things in your closet? True.
You've come to the right place. NCPD, gang wars, not in Dogtown.
Ooh.
Taxes, who the fuck needs them? In Dogtown,
looking for some preem threads.
Then you're in the right place.
Thanks, David. Oh, that's kind of cool. I probably won't buy anything, but like, you never know. Damn. You make me look a little hot in like a swimsuit ass looking thing, and my wallet whips out. Crazy dress thing. Get stuck in VR. Ooh, that's fucking crazy looking. Okay. Ah, welcome back from ads. That's cute. I do like that, actually. Am I really gonna spend a bunch of money on clothes? Yes. Yes, why did I even say that? Bum ba dum bum bum. That one's actually useful. Very sick. Very Destiny. I'm buying this. I refuse to... Nobody at me. Not a single person can at me. Okay. Bye!
I thought so. Good.
Weźmy kredyt. Kończymy ze stadionem. Idziemy w legalne rozwiązanie. Produkcja na szeroko.
And you're just like a different gun shop?
Shopping for iron.
Personal user wholesale. Looking to buy yourself an early Christmas present or equip a small army? Whatever your needs, we can meet them.
The former.
Say no more. But should you find yourself in an arms race, we're here to help you cross the finish line.
Do you want me to... Ah! Have a good stream, I'm gonna lurk. Also, don't forget you can upgrade gear in the crafting tab. I didn't know that, but thank you for telling me. Ooh. A lot of weird stuff. Crafting spec. Kind of cool. No unique stuff, though. That's all for the other guy. Okay, bye.
Tank guy was Somali.
Yeah. So he ordered 3,000 going once. Going so again, 6 comes up at
No.
the drop.
No, I have not. I have not upgraded my gear once. Hi.
V, been meaning to ask. How bad is it for you?
Bad.
Clock's ticking. And fast. Relic will finish me sooner rather than later.
But you're here. Looking for a means to survive. Still fighting. Think you'd do anything for another chance?
Can't deny it.
Chin up. We're in this together.
We're only
There is
kinda,
that.
sorta. You know, I'm not gonna argue with you.
Turns out I will be staying at the stadium after all.
Fuck, dog. Think Hansen's personal protection takes 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure. Just walk right through me.
Sorry.
All right. Time you got up on the roof.
The hell for?
For the view. And I'm not being coy here. I mean, you'll see where we land, literally.
Components. Axolotl Oopa words. Hi. How you doing? 89 7855. Cool. I really know. Okay, whatever. So much cool purple stuff just lying around. Cool. 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 Ah! Whoops. Ah, ladder.
Take the elevator.
Bring it down. Wow, that moves kind of fast, don't it?
Shit! Blew a circuit. I've lost access.
What now?
Okay.
Try and restart the generator.
Yeah, I guess I can't reach up there. Even if I could, I can't make it all the way up. Oh. Wait. Ah! Dude, get up there! Stop jumping off. Dork. Ah, there you are.
Problem after problem. You keep breaking.
Hector's tottering on his last feeble legs.
Or you hack rough and the hardware don't like it.
Finally, pop in. Elevator's roof-bound. FYI, we're about to cross into Night City airspace.
President's holding up.
Well, she's calmly, coolly securing her documents. Third or fourth time, though, so I'm clearly not the only one who's stressed.
Oopa, how has your Friday been going? Ah! Almost fell to my death. That would have been fun and chill. And definitely the first time. It would have been the first time that happened. But it didn't happen, so now it's happened 0 times. Side-eye. As side-eye as I can give in a Fugi. It would only take a second to upgrade? Yeah, but like...
Good.
What's the point at this point?
What now?
The calm before the storm. See that? It's us. Space Force 1.
I don't know that I do. Oh,
we're
that.
descending. In for a rough... Oh, fuck.
What? What's going on? What the hell?
Oh! Wow, that's extremely bad.
Songbird!
Who is firing that shit?
You have to...
Songbird! God damn it. Shit! Fuck me!
Oh, right towards me? Sick! Ow! My body!
Okay. I got this. Save the president. Sure. No fucking problem.
Phantom Liberty! Damn, this is pretty sick. A slide? Okay. Oh, I know what this is. This is all the tubes together so you could like haul debris to the bottom. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back.
Back where?
Songbird!
And now, landed safely.
Shit, Songbird, thought you might have... Fuck.
Yeah, I know. Songbird the cat. Life number 9 commenced. Alas, I made sure to get Myers to the safe room before I ejected. Run to the wreckage feed. Save her.
Missiles, Songbird? They just shot you clean out of the sky. Fucking way.
I had no idea Hansen was that fucked in the head.
We're that fucking determined.
You need to hurry.
What then? Got a plan?
Find Myers, get her to Liz Crestwood. It'll be the safest spot in Dogtown.
Bryce.
I'll be in
Excuse me.
Godspeed.
No, don't mind me. Everything's fine. Okay, anyway. Now I'll upgrade shit. Where's crafting? How do I craft? I actually might not be able to. Mid-combat. Okay, well. Attempts were made. Come on. There you are. Big guys. Ah! Hi.
Fuck's going on here? Shit's fucked up. Protect the wounded, for fuck's sake! Big guys! Explode!
Come on, go on, run.
She's exposed!
Ah, fuck you.
Big guys!
You know what? I would love not that. I would love a grenade that... Ooh, actually... I would love a grenade that actually explodes. Okay. Perfect. Cool.
Scaffolding. Scale it. Go.
Bum bum. I was not supposed to get up this high. Hello, Greedy fan! Yes, call out that rodent.
Shit. Hansen's people are there. Seems they've been given a job to finish.
How many of your people there?
There were 11 on board, counting myself and Rosamund. How many still alive? No idea.
At least 2, right?
Must be some way I could...
Wait,
I got it.
Can I crane? Let me crane.
On. Hop on.
Yeah.
Put it up.
Let me at him.
Not a second to spare now.
Let me in there. Oh, you meant further up.
Across the room, right straight ahead.
Come on!
For me! Keep the pressure on!
Ready, steady. Enemy backups on the way.
Who and why? Oh, we're being fucking killed. Ah.
Lead! Fucking lead!
Cool. Ah! There you are. Excuse me? Ah!
Looks like we got hostiles, boys!
Hey, hit the ground. It's gonna explode.
Everything... Eat shit, psycho! Using a shotgun! Gonna put some holes in her! Positions! Hold them, goddammit! Using a shot!
That was all of them. Keep going. Make for the wreck and watch who you shoot. We got NUS agents there, not bogeys.
Okay, doing my best. That's not what I meant. That. God damn it. I was not on board with the sword until I started fucking using it. And it's just so much fucking fun. Bum bum bum. I'm going! Sorry, important loot. If it's purple, I'm stopping for it. I don't care whose president is in danger. Give.
Get inside quick. Fuel tank's insulated. It won't explode. See anything?
Whole lot of wrecked aircraft.
Anyone alive?
Nobody jumping out to greet me.
Oh.
Shit! Are we too late?
Deep breaths. Nothing's for sure. Me scan around.
Keep moving back. You'll see a safe room. I'll pop the release on the door.
Ooh. Ow! Damn it, I thought I could punch the president.
Not one move! Who are you? You have 5 seconds.
Relax! Songbird sent me!
And you are?
Name's V.
Apologies. I had to be sure it was really you.
Right. Let's Delta
before that. Got my foot stuck in a crane once? Don't do that.
Fucking hell.
Damn it! They just won't let up!
Well, they are a private military led by a warlord. You know, they're pretty famous for not really understanding restraint. Oh my god. Woo! Stop shooting me. God damn. Ow. Stop. Stop it. I'm doing my best to eliminate the fucking mecha that has decided. Okay. I'm trying. Oh my god. Can't fucking hit shit. set myself on fire.
Songbird, you there?
Yeah, where did she go?
We're alive. Both of us.
Now listen, head for the vacant building on
Elizabeth Cress. Got it. Give me some credit.
It's the best place to lay low. No heat signatures, so it's empty. Not a soul inside.
Dude.
Now get moving.
Stop picking up the giant fucking turret, V. Okay, go pick up that, and then maybe it'll let me craft? Wouldn't that be cool? Crafting! See? It's going to be 1 a.m. soon. True. True. What am I even building? Upgrades. There we are. My knife. I want that. I like the knife. Though I guess now I'm using the sword a whole bunch. Can I upgrade this? Insufficient components. Okay. Well, hold on. Where's all my shit? Disassemble. Cool. Grab some things I already have a couple of copies of. Perfect. Okay, I still can't upgrade that stuff. That's okay. Let's just upgrade this stuff. Okay. This could use the upgrades for when I'm trying to non-lethal somebody. Ooh. Okay, and now I'm finally using up stuff that... Okay, I understand a lot more things now. See, look at that. Everything's better nominally. Hey. Oh, okay.
Got Songbird on comms. She's fine. Found us a safe house nearby, too.
Songbird had started to worry. I suppose I forgot she always lands on her feet.
Crazy luck, both of you.
Maybe you brought it with you.
Can you keep up, Madam President?
This is some fucking nightmare. My people dead. All of them. Because of me.
Nightmare, sure. So wake up. Look alive.
As if it were that easy. You have no idea how deep this goes. We were hacked. It means Hansen had help. From Washington.
Oh?
The NUS government is aware of the crash, no doubt. They'll have sat-mapped it, seen us hit the ground in Dogtown. Unless the plot goes deeper. Hansen's spreading his agitprop lies as we speak. I'm sure of it. Our people will have an even harder time crossing the border.
Sorry, you thought I wasn't gonna pass you.
I can't trust a soul. I just... Fuck. I don't know what to do.
Get a grip. Calm down.
Got no idea how deep this shit goes myself. Do know, though, that falling apart won't help. Keep it together. Only way you'll survive.
I'm afraid yanking my emotional bootstraps won't cut it.
Let's give it a shot anyway. We stick to the plan. After that, I guess we'll see.
Wait a second. Damn it.
Huh?
If Hansen's got someone inside in Washington, that means I'm traceable. Wherever, whenever.
Oh. Ah.
I have a subdermal tracker. It needs to go ASAP.
Oh!
It's near an artery that's best not nicked. I'll need your help.
That's crazy. That's fucking insane.
Gonna hurt like a motherfucker, this.
They say pain's a deal between body and brain. You can break it, throw the pain away, bury it. Whole lot of horseshit. But we're out of options. Carve away.
Almost a rite of passage. Feel like I'm welcoming you into the clan.
A clan? Quite the career change you've made. Wait.
It's been mentioned.
Drone. Finish up, quick.
Don't grab my fucking hand then.
Cover it now. That was close.
Hey, Songbird.
I'm here.
Right on time. You in one piece?
I just cut the Madam President's neck.
Can't say I'll stay that way. You need to get to the top of the building. Talk later.
Got Songbird on comms. Says we gotta climb higher.
Lead the way. It's your city, after all.
True. Very true.
Kurt's hounds have caught your scent. You need to move.
Delta time. Let's go.
We'll ask our guardian angel if she can get this elevator moving.
Good thing I'm such a loot whore.
Elevator could use a runner's touch, Song.
Already on it. Uh-huh. Sorry, V. My magic's no good here. What we need's power. There's a maintenance shaft with a fuse box nearby. Follow the scaffolding.
Says I need to turn the lights back on. Might take a minute.
Fine. I'll keep my head down.
Good. Where are you pointing me? Ah, there. I love the boost jump legs. Kind of everything I wanted. Cool.
It's running.
Man, we are getting a lot of cool clothes. Kind of basically worth the whole DLC itself. Some tier 4 components.
Do you think it'll work? Lousy place to get stuck.
Don't say that. Positive thoughts,
a random
Myers.
passerby noticed a moving elevator in an abandoned hotel.
Strong.
Right. Leave the analytics to Songbird. Little fuckers are fidgety. Sharp sensors on those. If they've sensed us already, the place will be swarming in no time.
president and a drone whisperer.
One picks up things in the army, in spite of oneself. There's only one surefire way to get past this model. Move fast.
Surefire sounds plain
Hold. Oh. Drone on your left.
So you're a military president? That's cool. I don't really fuck with either of those things.
Remote controlled. I touch it, I give away your position.
Something best avoided.
Yeah, don't do that, though.
Restaurant. Subnet access point in there. If you jack in, I can inject some fake hostile readings. Send the drones chasing after geese.
Doable.
I think we'd do best to sneak past him.
Whoa. What do you mean? I'm sneaking. I'm stealthed. Brother, let me be. Oh. You're just gonna patrol this shit endlessly, aren't you? Woo. Wow, they are not fucking around. Loot first. Always loot first. Okay. Oh
Ready
no.
For shit's sake. They catch us out here, we're dead. Roll up the wrist, Connor. Why? It's stupid. It's not just your life on the line, B.
No, I was trying, man. I did the thing you wanted me to.
Hold your position!
Everything. Think I'm doing this for fun?
Four wheels, 2 seats. Let's grab them. I will not be surrounded.
Protect them! Keep blasting!
You are having way too much fun with this. Thanks. Okay, up when I'm on the sword means sniper rifle. Down means pistol. And then down on the sniper rifle means sword. And up, pistol.
Really pull that off.
You know, I'm good at things occasionally.
shit!
Okay. Time to bounce.
Alert! Fire sighted in Sector 2-1. Investigate, now!
Detecting multiple patrol 6V. Stay on your toes.
Alright.
Oh my god, your car sucks.
Hear me okay?
Loud and clear, Zoe. Would you care to tell me what the fuck is going on?
We have a plan we need to stick to. Elizabeth Crest Street. That's where you need to go. The streets are too hot.
Oh
so
my
you
god.
need to go underground.
Like, literally?
You'll take old metro tunnels. Find the nearest station.
Oh my god. This car sucks. Your guys' cars suck. Woo! Okay, hold on. Hold on. Super quick. Super quick, promise. You're in there still, right? Okay, good.
Okay, friends. Road's all yours. Send me the coordinates now.
Thanks. Be there in a jiff.
Madam President,
Yes.
we will get you out of this.
I'm not my chief concern. Where are you?
I'm safe. Everything's fine. I'll call back soon.
That's cute.
Is she always this slippery?
She works in Intel.
Yo, Patrol! What the fuck's going on? Waiting on a sig.
Ah, shit! We've been made.
I'm just trying to get to a specific place.
Outpost. Best go around.
Your guys' car sucks. It huge sucks. Oh my god.
I think we lost him. Still too early for champagne.
Minimal log contact looking through a series of random boxes and stuff in her environment. It's
Ah, shit! We've been made.
It's true. It's accurate.
Scumbags won't let up. Lose them before accessing the garage.
Don't got time for this! Out
Hold your position!
Spread the cunt!
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing great. What about you?
Take him out!
Disengage! Regroup!
That could have gone worse. We better evac.
Oh, you stopped noticing me? No, no, no. Oh, I guess yeah. I really shouldn't pick a fight with you.
Another patrol? They're tossing everything at us.
Looks like we got hostiles, boys!
Oh my god.
They won't get me! Nice, B! We should think about joining up!
Joining up? With what? The Secret Service?
Right here!
We getting hit!
Ah, fuck. Oh, shit. Okay, how far back are you gonna fucking send me? Oh, God. Oh, okay, all the way back here. Actually, that's not bad. It would be cool to be able to do this right. Though, if the filter could go away, that would be fucking awesome. I guess I'm gonna try.
Now,
Good morning! Did that work? I did it just in time before they noticed me?
Not much hustle in the ranks. Lazy fuckers expect the drone to do all the work. Now's your chance to slip out. Tiptoes recommended.
What the fuck is up with this grimy ass? Okay. It is there that we will save and quit. Cause, yeah. I'm getting EB. I'm getting EB. I'm sweating to death as well. Thank you guys for hanging out for so late. I snoozed the ad. We'll see if it listens to me. Let's see who's on doing what with whom. I should have opened the window a while ago. I didn't realize it was so hot in here until... Always a pleasure getting sweaty with you. Stop. I think I know where we're going. Yeah, I think I know where we're going. Let me just bring us back to the other screen. And we're gonna get you out to one of our own beloved creeps, still streaming, still doing that Souls-like experience, getting fucking chomped on at the moment. Copy a raid message. You can copy a weirder one if you can fucking find it. I'm not gonna spell it out for you, you creeps, you bastards. Thank you for hanging out. I will be back again tomorrow with some Baldur's Gate, and it'll be a good fucking time. Oh, Marin! Bye! I'm glad I got to see you right before I left. I'm sorry that you don't get to watch too much of stream. Yeah, that's it. That's all my updates. If you're not in the Discord, you could join it. It would be fun. You would get to know when I'm going live, and I would get to steal your jokes to remain funny. Besides that, we ain't got nothing going on. Ooh, I recently announced that I'm going to start doing a monthly 24-hour stream. It's going to be fucking crazy. Undoubtable. Cut that out. Amazing stream. Thank you so much, you kind, sweet soul. So yeah, we're going to plan when we're going to be doing that. Besides that, I don't know. See you tomorrow. Love you. Bye. Have a good sleep. See you soon. Bye bye. Bow, 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 bow.